Howdy nerds! Welcome to this 4-hour epic where we go into remarkably nerd detail on which is the better warship, the Galaxy class or the Sovereign class. If you would like to digest this remarkably nerd essay in the form of a 10-part series, follow the links in the description below. For those of you with nerves of steel and the attention span of a minor deity, I now give you the most comprehensive treatment of the respective combat capabilities of two of our favorite fictional starships to be found anywhere. Since you're here, you've probably asked yourself already, which ship would win in a duel? Well, according to, everyone, the Sovereign would win. There's a few people who say it'd be close, but pretty much everybody agrees the Sovereign's going to come out on top. And it's not too difficult to give an explanation as to why. Here are a couple of posts in this thread. The first one, the newer, more well-armed ship. I'm not particularly sure what the debate is here. Next, is there some reason the larger, newer ship designed with more of an emphasis on warfare shouldn't beat the smaller, older ship designed with more of a focus on various stuff associated with exploration? Well, I'm sure a few of you have picked out immediately that the Galaxy is in fact not the smaller of the two ships, but as you can see, there are some easily accessed justifications that people have for saying that the Sovereign is in fact a superior warship. But now let's change the question just a little bit. Instead of generically Galaxy versus Sovereign, it's now the Dominion War refit of the Galaxy versus the Sovereign. Now the weight of opinion shifts. About a third of respondents say the Galaxy's going to win. But all we've actually asked them to do is take the Galaxy class as it is in service at the actual time that the Sovereign was in service, a contemporaneous version of the ship. That's changed opinions. So all we've done is make people think just a little bit about how this ship is going to actually serve in the Force. So what if we extend our thinking to more than just it gets some refit? What if we actually try to develop a good view about how the different systems on the ships work, how exactly these ships actually operate in the fleet, and what their real performance history has been like throughout the Federation? In that case, I'm going to argue that once we actually account for everything we see on screen and some sprinklings of the TNG Tech Manual, it will become inescapably the case that the Galaxy class is a vastly superior warship. And I don't just mean superior warship in the sense that if they were to get into a one-on-one duel, the Galaxy class would win the duel. I do mean that. But I also mean if the Federation were in a war and it had to build the most cost-effective warships, it would still build the Galaxy class instead of the Sovereign. That's going to be the point of this video. Almost everyone is wrong about this, and I'm going to demonstrate why. So get your Earl Grey tea, get a comfortable seat, and buckle up, because this is going to take a while. Here's our organization for the video. First, we go over the ground rules for the fight. What's the context? Then, before we get to the justifications that people give for the Sovereign being better, I want to actually point out that there are a bunch of reasons why people have formed the impression that the Sovereign is better. This is different than the reasons that one might actually continue to hold the position. This is just the way the ship was presented to us. Its aesthetic qualities actually lead people to think that it is a better warship, independent of the technical reasons, how the ship works, which would let you continue to believe that to justify the position afterwards. Then I will go through and list out the technical justifications that are given for the E being superior to the D. I also note here I will interchangeably use E for Sovereign and D for Galaxy. I do of course mean this comparison to be between the classes of ships in general, but E and D are convenient shorthand. And then once we have that list, we're going to go through each of the major combat systems on both ships and attempt to build a good theory about how those systems work. So we're not just going to say, one of them's got more tubes, so it has to have more torpedo power, right? We're not going to do that. We're instead going to say, what torpedoes have we seen it fire? How many? In what fashion? How fast did they leave the tubes? And so on. This will give us a much more comprehensive view of how each of the systems works and make for a much more reasonable comparison because it will better match the actual evidence we have on screen from the shows. After developing a good theory of how each of the individual tactical systems work on the ships, we will then go through their performance histories and their appearances on the show to see if those can give us some more information about the ship's relative capabilities. And then from there, we will be able to derive our conclusion. Here are our ground rules for the fight. It has to be cotemporaneous, i.e. the two ships have to exist at the same time. So there's not going to be any time travel shenanigans where we take a fully kitted out Nemesis-era Sovereign, send it back in time to the launch of the USS Galaxy, and have those fight. No, it's going to have to be 2370 at the launch of the Sovereign, or any time after that while they're both in service. Both ships are in service in Starfleet. They will have access to the same overhauls, updates, maintenance, etc. And as we noted before, we're considering just the ships. No plot armor, no favoritism, no crew shenanigans, none of that. Just the ships, standard crews, standard combat situation. We're going to treat these as fairly as we can. So for example, if we decide that a particular torpedo tube of a particular size that we've seen fire a certain number of torpedoes exists on both ships, then we're not going to presume that one of them magically performs better just because it's on the ship that we like better. We're going to need reasons for claiming that one of the torpedo tubes on either ship can actually perform better than just any old standard tube. And when we go through these key systems, we will look at multiple different theories about how those systems work and select the theory that actually makes the most sense of what we see on screen. And perhaps most importantly, the sources that we're going to use matter. We can't just take the word of the masses. I presented the opinions of the individuals at the beginning, but that's not an argument for one of the ships actually being better. Just because a bunch of people believe something doesn't mean it's true. So our primary source is going to be on screen. If we saw it on screen, we definitely know that the ship can in fact do that thing. There are a couple of exceptions. One is self-contradiction. If we see it do something in one scene and then in another scene they say, well, we can't do that, we can ignore at least one of those two cases. Those are pretty rare, but they do happen. Other cases are fully retcon scenarios. The case I have in mind here is the phaser coming out of the Galaxy-class's torpedo tube in Darmok. It's only in the original airing version. If you find the Blu-rays later on, it will have correct weapons coming out of correct locations during that fight. And while the majority of our argument will go from directly what's on screen, I will feel free to use a second source, which is the TNG Tech Manual. For those that don't know, the TNG Tech Manual was written for the writers of TNG as a technical source for how the ship works. It was written by Mike Okuda, Rick Sternbach, endorsed by Gene Roddenberry, and its entire point was attempt to systematize and make consistent how the ship works and behaves in the show. In a debate between the Galaxy class and some other Federation starship, there can be no better possible non-canon source as to how the ship works than a manual written for the people who wrote the show in order to help get things straightened out. Now, there will be some cases where the tech manual does contradict what's on screen, and in those cases we'll go with what's on screen. One example which won't be particularly relevant to us but might come up at some point is the tech manual says that the Enterprise D has 400 escape pods. Well, last I counted it has closer to 432, so the on-screen evidence of the physical number of escape pods countable on the model of the ship trumps the number that the tech manual gives us. Anything aside from those two sources is almost going to be completely irrelevant for us. There are some things that we might like to incorporate as long as they don't conflict with our two previous sources, such as designers' comments, official publications, but do note these very often conflict with the on-screen evidence and are exceptionally unreliable, and so I will pretty much not rely on them at all, and will sometimes have to argue against them because they just don't make sense given what we see on screen. There are some things that are going to have to specifically not count. For example, video games. The stats are just made up. The developer sat down and thought, yeah, these stats seem about right. They might not even have seemed right because that's what they thought the ship's relative stats actually should have been. They might have put those stats in because That's what they thought their fans would expect the stats to be. Or that was just the stats that made the gameplay good. Same story with card games. Fan websites are a little more complicated. Many sites have an extraordinary amount of effort. I don't want to downplay how incredible it is what some fans have done. However, some are going to have information that is pretty darn useful to us because it's pretty much calculated directly from canon. One website that I will end up using is going to be ST vs SW Volumetrics, because they just take models of the ships, plug them into SketchUp and or Blender, and then use a ray tracing program to generate the volumes of those ships. Really nice. The models are canonical. They just pick scaling, and scaling is mostly done via the shows. We have canonical numbers for most of those things, and so the results for what their volumes are, we can take with pretty high degree of certainty as being accurate. Other fan websites, not going to be this case all the time. Often there will be fan websites where they try to calculate the ship's power by plugging it into a formula, and they will make a whole bunch of assumptions about how this formula works. Many of those assumptions are going to be good, some of those assumptions are going to be bad. And so we won't be able to just use their results, we will instead have to consider the arguments. There is at least one case here that I'm thinking of that I might have use of for reference in the future, which is the Daystorm Institute Technical Library, a fantastically complex site with a whole bunch of information where they attempt to calculate the starship's relative powers by way of a formula. More importantly, the author goes through the assumptions they use to generate some of those numbers for specifically the Galaxy and Sovereign class ships. And so there we can pick apart what some assumptions are that some people make about the ships that will be useful for us. So we're all on the same page. Here is the Star Trek canon. These are all the series that we're going to concern ourselves with, and we're going to... Wait, you say I'm missing something? What am I... Oh yeah, but there's nothing in that series that's actually going to help us very much. Fine, I'll add it anyway. Alright, now we have all the different series of start. I'm still missing something? What am I missing? Oh yeah, that's right. Alright, and now we're set. Before we present the reasons that people give as justifications for believing the Sovereign is a better warship, I think it's useful to take a diversion where we check out why people have formed this opinion in the first place. Because it's never really been stated on screen that one ship is better than the other. People have inferred this from their impressions, and those impressions come from a lot of different sources. One is that we saw the Galaxy class on our TV in the 80s across the room with its terrible audio filling the sound effects in for us and the tiny screen showing us the ship, whereas the Sovereign we saw in the movie theaters exclusively, and it was filling the screen and the sound was drowning out everything else from the booming speakers that were available to us. So very different impressions from the first time we saw the ships. We also saw the Galaxy class repeatedly, almost weekly, in danger, sometimes exploding multiple times in the same episode, whereas the E, we only ever have 3 instances of it at all. Yes, it was in danger in those 3 instances, but 3 is a lot smaller of a number than 178. Okay, it wasn't actually in danger in every episode, but we have many more instances of the Galaxy class being in danger, and so that leaves the impression that the ship was vulnerable much more often than the Sovereign ever was. The Galaxy is also organically curved on the outside. It's actually difficult to find straight lines anywhere on the ship. On the inside, it's warmly colored, well lit. This was actually a very deliberate design decision. Andrew Probert, the guy who designed the exterior of the Enterprise D and the bridge, specifically made the ship organically shaped because he thought, yeah, these are our heroes, they're supposed to be the good guys, their ship should be non-threatening looking. Even if it is actually supposed to be a powerful ship, it's supposed to be non-threatening looking because they're not warmongering idiots. The E, on the other hand, has lots of straight lines. It has lots of jags in the design. It has lots of triangular elements to its detailing. The inside, dimly lit, hard to see. Very much reminds you of something more warlike, something more militaristic. And evolution has programmed our monkey brains to accept that soft and curved things are not dangerous, they are inviting, make us feel at home, whereas sharp, jagged things are very dangerous, and thus giving the impression that one of the ships is peaceful and the other is not, purely from the aesthetics of the vessels. Further, we see families on the Enterprise D, never on the E. And if there's one way to make you think that the ship is not designed for battle, it's to put your home there. And of course, video games, novels, fan websites, they pretty much all has told us that the E is a superior warship. Entertainingly, the farther you go back in history, the much closer in stats they used to have. In fact, in Star Trek Armada from 2000, the Galaxy and the Sovereign had exactly the same combat stats, except the Galaxy had a larger crew, which actually made it perform better after having survived some battle damage. The only reason you didn't actually build the Galaxy class in that ship was because once you did all the scientific research, the Sovereign got a cheaty face carbamite reflector, which reflected all enemy weapons back for a while, which made it vastly superior as a ship. But without the cheaty face thing, the base stats of the ship were pretty much the same. Then Bridge Commander came along, and it had you start out the game on a Galaxy class ship and then move into a Sovereign class ship, and annoyingly, even in that game, your first officer on first seeing the Sovereign class ship says, "My God, that's a big ship." Lady, you're on a Galaxy class. The Galaxy is so much bigger than the Sovereign. So even our video games from 20 plus years ago have been giving us these kinds of impressions, even when they are just factually erroneous, as is the case for the Bridge Commander line. And for those of us that know some of the production background, the producers originally intended that the Sovereign class ship be designed as a warship. So how could the makers of the Sovereign class in the real world have intended it to be a warship for the Federation, yet in universe it somehow fails to be as good of a warship as the previous ship, which most of us think of as a peaceful explorer? So as you can see, there are multiple vectors by which people have had the impression that the Sovereign is a superior warship foisted upon them. And so this gives us a pretty good explanation for why it is the vast majority opinion that the Sovereign is more powerful. But just because that impression has been given to us in multiple different ways is not sufficient itself to justify holding on to the belief once we try to inspect the relevant evidence for that claim. So, what reasons do people actually give when asked why think the Sovereign is better? The following is a list. It's not a complete list, but it's pretty close. And the few things I've seen people cite as evidence that aren't included here will probably be addressed in passing anyways. So, here it is. The E is more advanced. It has quantum torpedoes, and it has more torpedo launchers overall. It carries Type 12 phasers instead of the Galaxy's Type 10, and it has more phaser arrays. The E has regenerative shields and ablative armor, while the Galaxy does not. It has a smaller profile, so it's more difficult to hit in combat, and it has no neck weak spot to be sawed off by enemy fire. The E is faster and more maneuverable. The D also has a lot of bloat. There's a bunch of internal space that's used for a larger crew, families, civilian and scientific facilities, diplomatic VIP suites, etc. The E is leaner, no civilians. We also see 3 Galaxy-class ships lost to dumpster-tier enemies, a outdated bird of prey, a computer virus, and 3 Dominion attack ships which later become cannon fodder for the heroes. While the Sovereign, it is in danger 3 times, but it puts up a good showing against a fleet-killing Borg supership, 2 Sona battleships, and a superweapon dreadnought. We also see that the E replaced the D, so why would the Federation replace the Enterprise with a new, worse ship? And also, the D was designed in a time of peace as an explorer, while the E was designed as a response to the Borg and as a warship, or at least as a ship with a much heavier focus on combat than the Galaxy was. And this is where the meat of the debate is. Each of these points is worth a discussion unto itself. So that's what we're going to do. Take these one at a time. I will largely go in the order presented, with a few exceptions. That brings us to our first point. The Sovereign class is more advanced than the Galaxy class. We have pretty good reason to believe this is true. Geordi says as much in First Contact. That movie takes place in 2373. Some low-tier sources suggest that the Sovereign was launched in about 2370, and the TNG Tech Manual suggests that the Galaxy, the original Galaxy, was commissioned in 2357, meaning that the hulls have about a 13-year difference in when they was launched. Now, technologically advanced is a feature that can make a difference in some circumstances, but we also know it isn't a trump card. We have a few cases in canon where a ship that is vastly technologically superior to some other one loses or comes to a draw in some conflict. In Voyager, there is a shuttle from the 29th century that fails to overpower Voyager, even though it's using a new technology that Voyager had never encountered yet. That's a ship 500 years more advanced that still can't win. Similarly, the Lakota, with a few updates, is able to fight the Defiant to a standstill, a dedicated warship some 80 years newer. So, being more advanced might be an advantage, but it depends on what system it is that we're talking about and in what way it actually helps. And so while it's true that the Sovereign is more advanced, we need to be specific about in what ways and whether or not that helps. It could be the case that the ship has more advanced replicators than anyone else. That would make it the most advanced ship in the fleet, but it's not going to be very helpful in a fight against the Borg. Additionally, it's also possible that since they're going up against the Borg, any kind of new developments might give them a momentary advantage. We've seen numerous times previously that just getting a new phaser modulation or a new frequency cycle on your weapons or some other new technobabble to a long existing standing technology can give you a few more shots of effectiveness against the Borg. And since the Sovereign is an all-new ship, as far as the Borg are concerned, it may well give them a momentary advantage, even if it isn't tactically superior in any interesting new way. And so we need to actually investigate, is the Sovereign tactically more advanced in some interesting way that would give it an advantage over a contemporary Federation starship like the Galaxy? And the first system on the list of things to check to see if it is more advanced or capable in important ways are the torpedoes. Here's a typical way to argue that the Sovereign has superior torpedo firepower. The Sovereign has quantum torpedoes. Quantum torpedoes are more powerful than photon torpedoes. Also, the Sovereign has 5 launchers, the Galaxy only has 2. So of course the Sovereign has more torpedo firepower overall. This argument has 3 critical assumptions. 1, quantum torpedoes are better than photon torpedoes. This is never stated on screen, but it is heavily implied. Second assumption, the Sovereign has quantum torpedoes and the Galaxy doesn't. Well, if it's the case that it's the ship that has the torpedoes, then there needs to be something about the ship that makes it able to fire those torpedoes that the other ship doesn't have. So the underlying assumption here that's actually important is quantum torpedoes require a special quantum torpedo launcher. You can't just fire them out of any torpedo tube. If it's the case that the quantum torpedoes can be fired from any tube, then quantum torpedoes are not something special to the Sovereign, they are just a torpedo the Federation happens to have. Third assumption, the number of tubes determines the torpedo power of the ship. If every torpedo tube and the associated loading mechanisms were identical, this would be a good argument. But, as we will see, there are some reasons to think that not even all of the launchers on the Sovereign are the same, let alone the launchers between the Sovereign and the Galaxy. So let's take a look at all 3 of these assumptions in turn and go into some more detail. Assumption 1. Quantum torpedoes are better than photon torpedoes. The Deep Space Nine Technical Manual gives us some reason to believe this. They describe how they work. It's a bunch of sci-fi huapalooey. Doesn't actually make scientific sense. But the strong implication that it gives is that quantum torpedoes produce more powerful explosions. Unfortunately, the numbers they give are directly contradicted by Voyager on screen stating their photon torpedoes to have a higher isoton detonation yield than the quantum torpedoes as of Deep Space Nine's description. But in any case, it's strongly implied throughout all of the series that the quantum torpedoes are the things that you reach for when things are messy, you really need to be serious, the stakes are high. Are we absolutely convinced that this must be the case? Well, I don't think it's actually going to matter. I'm not as fully convinced as others that quantums are just straightforwardly better than photons. They might be. I'm perfectly happy to entertain that idea. It might also just be the case that they're better at some other things or against certain targets than photons, but it might also just be the case that the Federation hasn't had time to produce enough quantum torpedoes for all of their ships, and this is why we have the limited mixed supply of torpedoes on the two ships that we are familiar with seeing them on. In any case, I don't think this point actually matters, whether or not quantums are better than photons or not. So assumption 1, I'm happy to let it stand, but I'm also not committed to it being true either. Assumption 2 is that the quantum torpedoes require a special quantum torpedo launcher. The evidence for this is pretty straightforward. We only ever see quantum torpedoes being fired from the exact same 5 launchers. The 4 on the front of the Defiant, 2 on the top of its shoulders and 2 on the lower part of its shoulders, and the 1 on the ventral saucer launcher of the Enterprise-E. Also, we never explicitly see those 5 launchers fire photon torpedoes, and we never see other launchers that we've seen photons fire out of fire quantum torpedoes. Unfortunately for this assumption, we have all sorts of reasons to think that there's nothing such as a special quantum torpedo launcher. For example, we see Voyager fire photons, tricobalt torpedoes, and transphasic torpedoes all from the same tubes. And they don't even mention needing special modifications to the tubes or the loading mechanisms. Additionally, we do see Voyager run into the Dreadnought in the episode Dreadnought, a Cardassian weapon system, and B'Elanna thinks that she can modify Cardassian quantum torpedoes to work on Voyager. She can, without the aid of Starfleet, or its resources, or its machine shops, take a quantum torpedo from another species' weapon system and plug it into their launcher without any problem. Pretty strong indication that quantum torpedoes don't need a special launcher. On top of that, in Paradise Lost, we also see that the USS Lakota is given quantum torpedoes as well. It never actually fires them in that battle, but of course it absolutely could if it wanted to. It was just circumstantial they decided not to. So this assumption, definitely a bad assumption. Since this assumption is bad, our replacement assumption is that quantum torpedoes can be fired from any launcher. It's actually a matter of supply and or target preference when you actually fire those as opposed to your photons. In the case of the Enterprise-E specifically, in Nemesis most importantly, we see it fire a combination of quantums and photons. It probably just has most, if not all, of its quantum torpedoes stored in the location where that launcher is, and that's why we see quantums always flying out of that launcher and not the other ones, and vice versa. And what this means for this contest is that both ships will have access to the same torpedoes and can fire the same torpedoes. We will, of course, try to ignore bizarre situations where one of them's out exploring deep space for many years and hasn't got to stop by a starbase recently. But once they do get their resupply, they will have the exact same level of technologically sophisticated and effective torpedoes to fire at each other. Alright, so if both ships are going to be firing the same kinds of torpedoes, then the only thing that's left is the launchers. So surely we could just count up the launchers on both ships and be done with the torpedo part of the argument, right? Sovereign has 5 launchers in First Contact, 9 in Nemesis, and the Galaxy only has 2. It has a third one in the saucer that's facing backwards that can only fire when the ship is separated. Sure, whatever. But it practically only has 2. So it's 2 versus 5 or 9, so of course the Sovereign's going to have way more torpedo firepower, right? If every torpedo launcher in Starfleet worked exactly the same way, this would be a perfectly reasonable way to go about things. In fact, many of the torpedo launchers that we do see in Starfleet appear to have exactly the same capabilities. I can find no interesting difference between the amount of torpedoes that are fired from Constitution class, Excelsior class, Defiant class, Intrepid class, Nova class, or Nebula class starships. All of their launchers seem to be able to fire 2 torpedoes and a ripple, and that explains every single one of those. Unfortunately, the launchers on the Galaxy and at least one launcher on the Sovereign do not obey that criteria. So we need some sort of hypothesis about how we're going to treat each of the launchers in order to be fair, since they both seem to have atypical launchers. And that brings us to assumption number 3. Each torpedo tube can sustain whatever the fastest rate of fire it is that we ever see it perform. What evidence is there for this hypothesis? Well, at least a couple of the launchers behave differently than the other ones, so we have to find some way to treat them. And also, maybe they just behave like machine guns. All you have to do is insert the next torpedo and it's immediately ready to fire, and you can just keep doing that as long as you have torpedoes. Not particularly strong evidence for the view, but it isn't incoherent either. One nice upside to this assumption is that it explains why the Sovereign's ventral saucer launcher can fire so many torpedoes when every other launcher in the Federation can't. In First Contact, we see it fire a stream of 4 quantum torpedoes at once, and in Nemesis we see it fire at least 6 on screen, and we see impacts from 9 quantum torpedoes. If the launcher can just keep firing that fast, well, this makes sense of why it can do that for us. Alright, let's have some fun with this assumption before we get to why this is a really bad assumption to make. So what I'm going to do now is calculate out exactly how many torpedoes the Sovereign and the Galaxy can fire, respectively, given the fastest fire rates we've seen from each of the torpedo tubes. Let's start with the Sovereign. What you're looking at on the right is a record of all of the torpedoes it fired in all of the movies. As you can see, it fired more torpedoes in Nemesis than it did in the other 2 movies combined by quite a margin. But importantly, what you're looking at there has not just the ripples, but also, for the ones that were faster than any of the other known ripples, they have the timings between torpedoes. For these, I went through and did frame counts. It's pretty easy to do this. You can just use your forward and back keys on your keyboard while looking at the appropriate YouTube video, and then you can count how many frames in between it took for each torpedo to emerge from the tube, and then you just do your division by 24 to find the number of frames, because that's how many frames are in a second in these, and then you can find out to the fraction of a second how long it took to fire each torpedo. And then what we need to do with that information is to go through each of the launchers and see what the minimum amount of time between torpedoes is that it must be capable of doing in order to make sense of the fire rates we see on screen. And so at the bottom right now, you have the calculation for each of the respective launchers. Number 1, the forward ventral saucer launcher must be able to fire a torpedo every 0.23 seconds. All of the other launchers, they fire their groupings of ripples of 3 or 4, often when there are multiple launchers right next to each other, and so you can often get the fire rates down to about 0.75 to 1 second per tube, because when you have, for example, a ripple of 4 coming out of the engineering section at the front of the ship, you will have 2 launchers right next to each other, and you can't tell which launcher is firing each torpedo. So it could be bouncing back and forth between the launchers, and so you only need 1 torpedo every 0.75 to 1 seconds in order to account for the fire rate that you see. There are also 3 launchers on the ship that we don't physically see the torpedoes leaving the tubes from for any ripple shots, so we don't know what the rates are for those. If we just assume that those 3 launchers have the same ripple fire rate as all of the non-ventral saucer launchers, all of the other regular tubes on the ship, then we end up with the Sovereign class having the ability to ripple fire approximately 7 torpedoes per second from both the front and the back. It just so happens that it works out that way. The front of the ship only has 4 launchers, the back has 5, but as you can see, the forward ventral saucer launcher, what most people call the quantum torpedo launcher, fires about twice as fast as the other torpedo launchers do, if not a little bit more than twice as fast. Now, how does this 7 torpedo per second rate stack up to the Galaxy class? Well, the fastest we've seen the Galaxy ripple torpedoes out of its tubes comes from the episode Survivor. Here is the scene in question. In this scene, the Galaxy fires 6 torpedoes. It does so in 2 sets of 3. Oddly enough, the first set of 3 looks like a single torpedo, followed by a pair of torpedoes. They both appear in the same frame. The second trio of torpedoes are clearly ripple-fired. If we assume that it can fire a pair of torpedoes at any point, then that changes the calculation quite a bit. So I'm just going to ignore that for now, even though that would favor the Galaxy class pretty heavily. We'll come back to group firing torpedoes at a later time. But for now, let's concentrate on just the second ripple of 3. The fastest time between any of those 2 torpedoes, you can see now on the lower left of the screen, is 0.1042 seconds between them, which means that just the Galaxy class's forward torpedo tube can outrate every forward torpedo tube on the Sovereign combined and chuck about 9 torpedoes per second. That's a pretty entertaining result, especially considering this is exactly the assumption that several people have used in other places to try and justify the Sovereign as a superior warship, especially when pointing out that the quantum torpedo launcher seems to have a really high fire rate compared to most launchers. But if we go back through TNG, assimilate all the scenes that we've actually looked at, the Galaxy class actually outperforms by quite a margin. However, this isn't where the debate's going to end, because I think this assumption is terrible. I think this assumption is terrible for a lot of reasons. One of the big reasons why this assumption is bad, remember again, this is assumption 3, that every torpedo tube can perpetually sustain the fastest fire rate we've ever seen it perform. It's a bad assumption because we almost never see the torpedo tubes fire this fast, and never for a prolonged period of time. It's always in these short ripple bursts. If it could sustain that kind of firepower, there are lots of situations where we absolutely should have seen it do that. To give just one example, in Nemesis, Picard gets Deanna to locate the scimitar, they fire at it, they confirm that they've hit it, and then he says, "Fire all weapons." And what happens? A few torpedoes here and there, and a few phaser blasts. Shouldn't we, if this is the right theory about how torpedo launchers work, shouldn't we see a constant stream of torpedoes from all 4 of the Sovereign's forward torpedo launchers until it has completely expended the ship's forward torpedo magazines? We should, if this theory is right, if this assumption is true, but we don't. That's one reason to reject this assumption. In addition to never seeing those perpetual streams of torpedoes, we also have numerous on-screen references to preparing the torpedoes, and if the torpedoes need to be prepared, then that might take some time, which would then mean you can't just fire all of them in a row, because it's not like a regular gun round where all of the accelerant and stuff is in the bullet and ready to go, and it all has to do is be loaded into the tube to be fired from, and then it's done. Additionally, the Galaxy in particular fires starbursts of torpedoes, which really mess up this calculation. It, on a couple of different occasions, has fired what appears to be initially 1 torpedo that then separates into 5 other torpedoes. And that would then also not make sense of the ripple firing being the only method by which we can calculate the torpedo's rates of fire. And so this assumption we're going to have to throw out. Additionally, the TNG Tech Manual does a fantastic job here, and it tells us actually how those torpedoes are loaded into the launcher, and that will give us some good reason to build a different theory, which is up next, about how the loading mechanisms work inside the torpedo launchers, which will give us a much better theory that explains why we always see bursts of torpedoes on screen. And then once we have that theory on the table, we'll be able to go back and recalculate what the volley torpedo counts are for the Sovereign and Galaxy respectively, and what their sustained DPS calculations are based on how fast they can load torpedoes. So now, as a quick reminder, we've rejected assumptions 2 and 3 about how torpedoes work. The only one that we've kept is that quantums are probably better than photons, but that doesn't matter because we've rejected assumption 2, which says that you need a special launcher for those quantums. So now we're still working on how to build a good theory about how the torpedo launchers actually function. So now we finally arrived at our better theory about how torpedo launchers work in Starfleet. It has 2 parts. The first part is each tube has a burst limit. The burst limit is how many torpedoes can be physically fired at the same time from that tube. For every launcher we've ever seen in Starfleet, with the exception of the Galaxy class, this number appears to be 1. The Galaxy seems to be able to do at least 5. We've seen it do that on screen. The TNG Tech Manual says 10, but I'm mostly concerned with what we actually see on screen, so 5 it is. You might think, well, hold on. The Sovereign's launchers are physically big enough to fit more than 1 torpedo down. Here you can see the physical model from First Contact. On the ventral side of the ship, just below the saucer there, are the 2 forward-facing engineering torpedo tubes. Doing a little bit of measurements there, using the main deflector dish as a reference, I calculated the size of those apertures for the tubes. They turn out to be about 2 meters across and about half a meter tall. That's physically big enough for 2 torpedoes to go down at the same time. So why aren't we assuming that the Sovereign can burst fire 2 from each of its torpedo launchers? And here I mean burst as in simultaneously fire 2 torpedoes that look like 1 torpedo? Well, we never see them split into multiple torpedoes, so why would we make that assumption? Also, if we assume that the Federation can fire as many torpedoes as can physically fit in the launcher without any space in between them, then we've got to be fair and give that to the Galaxy class too. But after we do a little bit of nerd measurements, we find out that the aperture on the Galaxy's tube is gargantuan. And so if we allow that, it could simultaneously fire 21 torpedoes out of its tube. Since we never see it do anything close to that, that leaves us with a big head scratcher about why the ship doesn't produce far more firepower than it does in the situations where it would need to, namely Survivor, the episode. And so we're going to not allow that. We're just going to go with the numbers we actually see them fire, which means that the burst limits for every Federation tube except the Galaxy's is 1 and the Galaxy's is 5. The second part to our good theory is that each loader works behind the tube to prepare the torpedoes. This is pretty much straight out of the tech manual for TNG. Each of the loaders actually takes a torpedo from the ship's magazine through an automated mechanical process. There's no people loading them at this point in the Star Trek timeline, and then gives that torpedo energy to run its subspace field sustainers so that when they fire it at warp, it can maintain a subspace field and continue flying at warp speed. The tube itself is the thing that does the acceleration and provides the warp field, and also fuels the antimatter warhead on the torpedo. This is going to take some time. You have to actually shuffle fuel from the antimatter pods on the ship to the actual torpedo warhead. And this is a good idea because now you can store a bunch of torpedoes in a completely inert state. They're not a detonation risk because there's nothing on the torpedo that's explosive until the loading mechanism has actually fueled the torpedo's warhead. So each of the torpedo tubes has a loading mechanism that prepares the torpedo, and then once prepared, puts that torpedo into the tube to be fired. Well, once that torpedo is in the tube to be fired, the loading mechanism can start the process again and prepare another torpedo to be hot loaded into the tube. This allows a tube that can only fire 1 torpedo at a time to have a second torpedo ready to fire right away. This is consistent with every ship we see in Star Trek. The Sovereign's torpedo tubes all over the ship work this way, or at least are consistent with working this way. The only exception being the ventral saucer launcher. All of the tubes on the Nebula, the Intrepid, the Defiant, the Nova, all the way back to the Constitution and the Excelsior, we never see a tube simultaneously fire multiple torpedoes at the same time, and we never see it do a ripple fire of more than 2. This is fantastic. The Federation has a consistent set of loading technology that it uses across its ships, makes sense of all the cases for us. So we have only 2 outliers left to worry about, the ventral saucer launcher on the Sovereign and the Galaxy's. Now, the Galaxy's tube specifically is noted to have 4 loaders behind each of the tubes. This actually correlates perfectly well with what we see on screen. In Encounter at Farpoint, we see the aft torpedo launcher fire a ripple of 8 torpedoes. We know that it can put 5 ready in the tube, and then it has 4 loaders ready to put at least 4 more in, so 8 is perfectly consistent. There's another episode, the name of which escapes me at the moment, where they fire a ripple of 8 torpedoes from the front tube. This ripple of torpedoes is much faster than the one from Encounter and Farpoint, but that ripple of torpedoes is very much 4, brief pause, 4. That's perfectly consistent with having 4 torpedoes in the tube ready to go, and then 4 loaders ready with another torpedo to immediately insert and fire again. The last thing to account for then is the ventral saucer launcher on the Sovereign, and in order to make it consistent with the number of torpedoes we see it fire in a ripple, it has to be able to shoot at least 6 in a row from Nemesis. Not 6 exactly in a row, it's a burst of 3 and then another burst of 3. I'm just going to give this launcher a ripple capacity of 6 to make it consistent with that. If you are utterly convinced that it had to fire all 9 of those torpedoes against the Scimitar, then it will have a higher burst capacity, but it's not required again because we can have quantum torpedoes fired from other launchers and we don't see those fired, and Picard does give the fire all weapons order, suggesting that they're using all the launchers they can, so they probably put some quantums in the other launchers for that particular attack. That will give us our final results for the volley capacity of the 2 ships, which is 9 front and 9 back for the Galaxy class. Again, 5 from an initial burst, because it can fire 5 simultaneously, and then 4 loaders, each of which can hot load a torpedo in. Then for the Sovereign, we have 10 for the front in first contact, because 6 for that ventral launcher, and then 4 more for the 2 more on the engineering section facing forward, and then 4 to the aft as well, even though we only ever see it fired 2 aft out of those launchers specifically. Give it 4 because I presume it's using the regular torpedo launchers that we see on every other Federation ship, and that each of them has their own unique loader, which preloads 1 torpedo, and so it can ripple fire 4 out the back. That's the first contact version of the Sovereign. In Nemesis, it gets a bunch of more tubes, 1 facing forward on the front of the saucer, 3 more facing aft on the top of the shuttle bay, and 1 way back on the engineering section, which then gives it a burst capacity of 12 forward and 10 aft. Note here, the burst capacity for these 2 ships is actually pretty close. At launch, the Sovereign can throw 1 more torpedo in a volley forwards than the Galaxy class, and later in Nemesis, it can outrun it by about 10 to 20% depending on which direction you're looking. That's not the giant disparity that most people think is in effect. Also remember, this is the at-launch Galaxy class. If the ship got a whole bunch more torpedo launchers on it, like the Nemesis-era Sovereign did, then the numbers are going to look quite a bit different for just the torpedo story. But as is, this looks like it's within the ballpark of a draw, not some sort of massive blowout for one ship or the other. And while burst fire is somewhat important, it will not be game deciding in this particular match. These ships are extremely liable to survive these opening volleys, which then means the reload rates are going to matter. The Galaxy has 4 loaders front, 4 loaders back, whereas the Sovereign has 3 front, 2 back in first contact, 4 front, 5 back in Nemesis. So it depends on which version of the Sovereign we're looking at, which one is going to have an advantage in sustained torpedo damage per second. But remember, one of our criteria is that we care about a contemporaneous fight. It's not very interesting if we take the Nemesis era refit after the Dominion War. Entertainingly, insurrection happens at the end of the Dominion War, and so the Sovereign doesn't get its extra torpedo tubes until after the war is over. It's not interesting if we take the Nemesis era Sovereign, travel back in time 22 years to the launch of the Galaxy class and have it fight that ship. I'm interested in what happens if the Galaxy class ship fights a Sovereign class ship in the same time frame. Well, we don't have a Galaxy class from the Nemesis era to compare. What we do have is the Galaxy class that was available when the Sovereign was launched. In that case, the Galaxy class can fire 1 fewer torpedo forwards in a volley, but 5 more in a volley aft. And if we're talking about sustained damage, it can fire 4 torpedoes to every 3 for the Sovereign when they're both facing forwards to each other, but it has double the rate of fire sustainable from its aft tube. So the contemporaneous fight has a clear advantage for the Galaxy class ship. Now, we don't know what the Galaxy class ship looks like in the era of Nemesis, but if we make the reasonable assumption that the Federation decided to upgun their ships with extra torpedo tubes, I would be very surprised if the Galaxy class did not have a similar spattering of other tubes around the ship. And in that case, we would need to go through and see what their capabilities were, and then compare that uprated ship to the Nemesis era Sovereign. So, once we keep in mind that we're dealing with the same era of ship, it's pretty clear that the Galaxy class has an advantage. It isn't a massive crushing advantage. This is not like the Defiant versus the Oberth. They're in the same ballpark, but it does look like it has a serious advantage. And since the torpedo power is one of the first things that people point to try and show that the Sovereign is better, this is the first of our surprising results. Looks like the Galaxy class is actually a bit stronger of an opponent than people have given it credit for. And for transparency, I haven't forgotten about the hidden torpedo tube on the Galaxy class, the one that is facing aft on the lower saucer section, which is covered up while the ship is not separated. You could inflate the numbers for the Galaxy class if you were to count that tube as well, but given that we never see that torpedo tube used even when the ship does separate, it doesn't seem to be an important part of a calculation when trying to determine how good the ship is at combat. So I'm just not counting it. One last addendum, probably won't matter for this fight, but it does look like the velocity the torpedoes fire at seems to be related to the length of the torpedo tubes. The Sovereign's torpedoes all move very slow. The only exception is in Insurrection when it fires 2 torpedoes aft. In Insurrection, it didn't have any of the dorsal mounts along the spine of the ship, so those had to come from the aft engineering launchers at the bottom of the ship. There's enough space there for them to actually have long torpedo tubes to accelerate the torpedoes to high speed. Only the front launchers on the bottom of the Sovereign in the engineering section are also long enough to do that. All of the other launchers physically don't have enough space inside the ship to have long tubes, and so that would explain why all of the torpedoes that they fire from those are so slow, especially the Quantum torpedo launcher on the ventral saucer launcher. It's got no space behind it because the captain's yacht is physically there. You can see it in Insurrection. There's just no space for a tube. The Galaxy, on the other hand, we see it fire torpedoes with a very high velocity from both the front and the back, and that makes sense because the tubes are 30 meters long. You can see a fair amount into the tubes on screen, and the tech manual says they're 30 meters long. So long tubes, fast torpedoes. Probably doesn't matter for this fight. They're both pretty big targets. They're not going to be struggling to hit each other, but a nice bit of symmetry between how long the tubes are and how fast they can throw the torpedoes out. And that concludes everything we need to know about torpedoes. We're almost an hour in. I told you it was going to be a long one. You saw the channel name, you knew what you were getting into. Next major weapon system to consider, phasers. So in the debates where folks have attempted to argue that the Sovereign has superior phaser power, there are typically two things they point to. One is that the Sovereign has more phaser arrays, so the number of them matters. The second thing is that the Sovereign has Type 12 arrays compared to the Galaxy's Type 10s. For these two claims, these two assumptions, we will take a look at both of them in depth. On the surface, the initial claim that the Sovereign has more arrays seems to be right. The Galaxy has 12 initially, and the Sovereign has 12 initially. Weirdly, for the Galaxy, one of them is in between the engineering hull and the saucer and is only exposed when the ship is split, but it does technically have 12. It is not until the Nemesis version of the Sovereign that it gets 4 extra arrays on its pylons, bringing it up to 16. However, also by this time, the Dominion War sees a slightly different version of the Galaxy class that has a couple of protrusions from the top of its nacelles that look like a couple more phaser arrays, and so it may well have 14 at that point. Regardless, two main assumptions that we want to look at. It's the number of arrays that matters, and then the second assumption, it's the type of array that matters. So if assumption 1 is right, then all we have to do is count the number of arrays on the ships, and that will tell us how powerful that ship is. That implies that the length of the arrays does not matter. So on this view, you have to have some other explanation for why the arrays vary in length. One potential explanation is that they provide more coverage, but aside from that, this theory has a lot of problems. To put it bluntly, this makes Starfleet's ship design incomprehensibly stupid. Why would you have gargantuan arrays lining the entire perimeter of your saucer when you could have just a couple of much smaller ones? Here, I've taken just 2 points on the main dorsal array of the Galaxy class. Put one tiny phaser emitter in those 2 locations. You have literally the same coverage as the entire original array did. You've spent 1/100th as much material, and since the size doesn't affect the power of the array, you can now fire 2 beams at an opponent instead of 1, doubling the amount of firepower you have on targets that are directly in front of you or directly behind. So why would you ever spend that much time and resources to build an array that goes around the entirety of the ship if the physical size of the array makes no difference to its effectiveness? You wouldn't. This theory is bad. It makes no sense of why ships are designed the way that they are. Nor does it make sense of the fact that when we see these ships engage, they almost always try to use their largest array whenever they fire first. The Galaxy class almost always uses the saucer arrays, and in particular, it tends to even favor the main dorsal array because it's a bit larger than the one below it. Why would it do that if the shot that it produces is precisely as powerful as those tiny little strips at the very back of the ship that we almost never see used at all? Wouldn't make any sense on this view. So this particular theory, really bad. But wait, there's more! It also fails to make sense of the glow effect. Why would there be a glow effect before firing? We see the ships can fire without the glow effect. We see this multiple times. We see it in Deep Space Nine, we see it in Star Trek Nemesis, we see it in a few other episodes of TNG. If every phaser blast that it produces is equally powerful, and the length of the array doesn't matter, why not just make individual blasts come directly from the spot where you want to fire from? What is this glow effect even doing at all? Instead, you should not give your enemy a giant red flag that you're about to fire your phasers by moving a huge chunk of glow around the array for no apparent reason. And instead, you should be doing what we see the Galaxy doing here, firing multiple beams out of different spots of the array simultaneously with no charge-up sequence. That would allow you to put massive amounts of firepower on target. If every beam is of equal power, no matter whether there's a glowing sequence beforehand or not, why don't we see every Federation ship with a giant array like this fire 5, 10, 20 different beams out of different spots on the array, all into the same target at the same time? So just counting the numbers of arrays, thinking that that automatically just tells you how powerful of a shot it can produce, is a completely unviable theory. It makes absolutely no sense of what we see on screen, and there are a ton of things that if this theory were true, we should see our favorite hero ships doing all the time that they never do. So we need a better theory about how phasers work. Here is such a theory. The array is actually composed of a series of emitters. Each of those emitters takes some power from the ship's electroplasma system, converts it into phaser energy. When it does so, the array at that section glows. This glow can then either be immediately discharged from the ship to produce a phaser beam, or it can be transferred around the array. And as that energy is transferred around the array, each of the emitters at that location as that glow passes can themselves convert more of the electroplasma from the ship's systems into more phaser energy to be all added together until it gets to a final point at which all of the energy is collimated together and then ejected from the ship as one giant phaser beam. This theory then makes sense of why ships have giant arrays on them. They aren't a massive waste of space that just barely gets you slightly better firing arcs. They are in fact a system that allows you to build one particular kind of emitter over and over and over, link a whole bunch of them together, and end up with a gargantuan weapon system that can fire hugely powered phaser blasts out of it by collimating the energy from a whole bunch of the smaller arrays. Now, you might wonder why the ship has smaller arrays at all. That's because, on the Galaxy class, where arrays first appeared on Federation ships in real timeline, of course in Universe the C is one of the earlier ships we see with them, the reason that they have the smaller arrays at all is they're all on the engineering section. The ship is designed to split into two. If it does, it loses access to its main phaser arrays on the saucer, but the engineering section might want to do battle by itself and still have full coverage of the ship. So those smaller arrays are there to allow it to still have some phaser fire power and to still have full 360-degree coverage and be able to cover the inner nooks and crannies of the ship in case you get a, say, shuttlecraft in there trying to hide inside a blind spot. Those provide a very secondary kind of combat capability to the ship. But the main combat capability is the huge array on the saucer. Additionally, this theory makes perfect sense of why you have the glow effect on the saucer. That glow effect just is each of the emitters sequentially converting power from the ship's electroplasma system into phaser energy, and then having that energy move around, be added together with the other emitters, and then all put together into a firing point to fire a massive phaser blast. When we see the ship fighting on screen and they order phasers at full power, you will always see the glow effect. There will be other times where they say fire on minimum power and there won't be a glow effect, or it will be a very, very brief one. Additionally, whenever they are firing at small targets that they massively outmatch, you typically won't see a huge glow effect. There will be either a small one or none. But for full power shots, massive glow makes perfect sense. And of course, this theory also makes good sense of why the small arrays are just ones that we almost never see fired in combat. You're gonna want to do as much damage as you can, or be able to modulate the amount of damage you are doing, and the main array is what's going to give you the most flexibility and the most power and the best firing arcs to do that. So of course the ships default to using the arrays on their main saucer, and only on rare occasions will fire from any of the other emitters. And not only does this theory match the on-screen evidence almost perfectly, but there is an overlapping source of evidence to suggest that this is the right theory of phaser operation. This is exactly how the Tech Manual describes arrays as working. The main dorsal array on the Galaxy class has 200 emitters that are all arranged in that large semicircle around the saucer. They sequentially discharge phaser energy by converting electroplasma from the ship's energy system, and you get the sequential discharge effect, that glow moving around the saucer, to allow the main phaser arrays on the saucer section to produce the largest, most powerful blasts on the ship. On a related note that will become very important later on, but I think is worth mentioning now, the Tech Manual also notes that shields in Star Trek don't always run at full power because that would drain them and burn them out very quickly. They instead spike up when weapons strike them. And so getting a shield to maintain a high power level for a long period of time is the way that you drain it and burn it out. A phaser blast, that is a beam weapon, requires an enemy's shield system to both spike up to full power to block the shield and to maintain that power for however long the phaser blast keeps going. Phasers also highly efficient at converting the electroplasma system's energy into phaser energy. Torpedoes, on the other hand, not very efficient at damaging shields because they provide just an instant spike of damage, which is precisely what the shields are good at stopping, and they just explode, which causes half of the energy to go away from the target ship. And so phasers are the prime weapon system for breaking enemy shields. This also makes perfect sense of why they very often start fights against large enemies with the phasers. And it's also why you would want your ships to have big phaser arrays on them. If you run across any opponents who have serious shield systems, torpedoes are probably not going to be terribly helpful. You're going to want a giant phaser system to break those shields open. Okay, now we have a good theory of phaser operation. Importantly, we should note, our new theory says that the small arrays are basically not very useful for capital ship on capital ship fights. They're useful as backups perhaps, and useful for swatting away shuttles, useful as secondary weapon systems if you need to separate the ship so that the engineering section can still defend itself. But in the vast majority of circumstances in fights, you are going to be using the main array. And the thing that will make that main array better or worse is its size. So we now need to check on the size of the relevant arrays for the Sovereign and the Galaxy. Size between these two ships is pretty entertaining. Vast majority of the time when you see these ships compared, you will see them in the format that you see them on the right, a profile of the two ships. And from this view, you might be forgiven for thinking that these ships are about the same size, and therefore have similar sized weapon systems. However, the D is bigger than you think it is. So here, you can now see on the right, I have put together a properly scaled orthographic of both ships. The Sovereign is 685 meters long. This is a rendering of the first contact version of the ship, which is about 10 to 15 meters longer than the Nemesis version because they move the engines forwards and up a little bit, but everything else perfectly in scale. As you can see, when looking at these two ships from the top or from the front, the Galaxy class is a significantly larger vessel. And importantly, if we want to put big effective systems into our ship, we need more volume to do that. And so the Galaxy class has way more volume overall. How much? This information here I have taken from STVSW Volumetrics. It is a fan website where they took models in Blender and SketchUp of various starships, both from Star Trek and Star Wars, and used those with the lengths that they had available to calculate the volumes of the ships. So yes, this is fan information. These volumes are not technically canonical, but the model is canonical, and they just use a computer program to calculate the volume from the canonical length and shape of the vessel. So to within a % or so, I would expect these to be the correct numbers. As you can see here, the Galaxy class, 642 meters long. They calculated the Sovereign based on the first contact length, 685 meters, and on the right we have the volumes. The Galaxy class, if you do the math on this, is 2.4 times as large as the Sovereign. You could fit more than 2 entire Sovereign class ships into just one Galaxy class. In fact, you can fit 4/5 of a Sovereign class ship into just the star drive section of the Galaxy class. It is an enormous vessel. But of course, the size of the ship by itself doesn't tell you how good of a combat ship it is. We need to know about the weapon systems in particular. So let's check on that. So here I have two pictures, one of each ship. The Sovereign on top, this is from First Contact in the famous spacewalk scene. This is the CG model of the ship. And the Galaxy class original 6-foot filling model in its Generations paint scheme as it was sold at Christie's auction. You can see that the phaser arrays are of a slightly different shape. And if you were to go and check on the physical models themselves, they are of a different size. I have gone through and measured the width of each array several times on these models, and the Sovereign's arrays always turn out to be somewhere between 2.5 and 3 meters wide, depending on which version of the ship that you're looking at, and also it's just kind of hard to measure because you're counting a few pixels in a giant picture, whereas the Galaxy's arrays always turn out to be about 5 meters across. I now turn to a nerd's best tool, MS Paint, and draw the shapes of those arrays, what their cross-section looks like, and then do a little bit of math to figure out what the respective areas of those arrays are. As you can see from these calculations, the Sovereign's array is about 1.5 square meters per unit of length, while the Galaxy's arrays are about 3.5 square meters per unit of length. Then we return to the model overall, the ship overall, measure the lengths of the arrays using a little bit more math, which you can feel free to double check. I have everything listed there. And we find that the largest array on the Sovereign, the dorsal array, is about 314 meters long, while the largest array on the Galaxy, its dorsal saucer array, is about 822 meters long. Multiply those lengths by their respective areas per unit of length, and you end up with a total weapon system size for the Sovereign of 480 cubic meters, and for the Galaxy of 2,870, which means that the Galaxy's main dorsal array, that weapon system, is 6 times bigger than the largest phaser array system on the Sovereign class. This approximate ratio holds if you implement the guts of the array as they are depicted in the tech manual, assuming they both have the same kinds of guts and they are both scaled to the width of the arrays at the top, then you will end up with, unsurprisingly, the same volume of arrays relative to each other. But you do end up with a different total volume for the weapon system if you think that there is this much componentry beneath the surface inside the ship. If you do, entertainingly, that makes the dorsal array on the Galaxy class a 15,000 cubic meter weapon system. That's 1/4 of the entire Defiant. It is a gargantuan weapon. For some entertainment, just to get an idea of how gigantic this weapon is, I have the Defiant on the side here, and I have marked out all of its weapon systems in its original configuration. There are 6 torpedo launchers, 4 pulse phasers, and a couple of very tiny phaser strips. Remember, all of these are single deck weapons as well. They're only as tall as one deck, and the ship has, in a few sections of the ship, only a couple of decks, but in other sections of the ships it's about 4 decks tall. If we were going to replace those weapons with one forward energy weapon that was as big as the Galaxy's dorsal array, it would take up an entire quarter of the ship. Everything forward of the bridge, the entire hull, would have to be just one giant phaser weapon. The Galaxy is well armed. And just in case you think, well, maybe the Sovereign has really, really large phaser guts, and that's what allows it to have so much more powerful arrays, well, it also gets arrays on its pylons at the back, just like the Galaxy has in Nemesis. And as you can see, the pylons on the Sovereign are not anywhere near as big as those in the Galaxy. In fact, they're about half as big. So it physically can't have the same kinds of guts in the side as the Galaxy class does. So that's the physical weapon system. What about the beams they produce, are they the same? If they're the same size beam in every case, then maybe they're still producing the same power beam somehow? Yeah, that's not the case. You can find instances of the Galaxy class firing beams that are about the same diameter as the Sovereigns. However, those are all the cases where they explicitly order the weapon to be fired on low power, or they're fighting against opponents that they vastly outclass, like the defense pods in Conundrum, or they have a specific task they are attempting to accomplish, like disabling shields or weapons. In that case, they're not necessarily going to fire on full power. Whenever they on screen order full power to the phasers, you end up with phaser beams that are physically larger than the ones you see coming out of the Sovereign. So here I have the same two images I used long ago to indicate that we saw the Galaxy on our TVs, we saw the Sovereign on the movie screen. One of them looked way more impressive than the other because it looked much bigger, right? We have this difference in our impressions that was given to us. But these ships are not in scale. They're not even close to in scale with each other. If we wanted to put them in scale next to each other, actually had the ships be physically in space at the same distance from the camera, the size of those beams is going to turn out to be way different than what it looks like right now. And as you can tell, once we put these ships right next to each other, then the size difference in the phaser beams becomes more than apparent. So here on the bottom, I've just made myself a slightly less blurry version that I painted in a phaser for, but trust me, I did all of my calculations on diameter based on the original images. And very tiny, down at the bottom, you can see that the Galaxy class phaser beam from these particular images is 4 times wider than that of the Sovereigns. And of course, diameter is only one of the 2 dimensions. These are circular beams approximately, or tube beams. And that means that the actual surface area from any given slice of the beam is 16 times larger. If we're assuming that these phasers have the same power density, the same amount of power per unit of area in the beam, that would make the Galaxy class's phaser 16 times more powerful than the Sovereigns. And this is not an isolated incident. There are a wide library of cases where the Galaxy class is firing beams that are just much, much larger than the Sovereign's beams are. They're not all 4 times bigger. Sometimes it's 2 times bigger. Sometimes it's 10 times bigger. But they are, in most cases, much chunkier beams. If you really want to, and go off and include Picard Season 3, this actually magnifies the difference, because the beams that you see the Sovereigns firing barely even show up on screen because they're so thin, whereas the Galaxy class's beam is even more exaggerated, I suspect, for dramatic effect. I'm not too interested in counting that as canon, but if you want to, take that into consideration as well. The basic point here is the Galaxy class's beams match the fact that the system is way bigger as well. And so we have every reason to suspect, at least from the visuals of the things, that the Galaxy is carrying a much, much larger weapon system, about 6 times bigger. And it is also firing beams that are many, many times larger as well. To give an idea of the size difference here, that differential is about the same difference as what you would find between a 5.56 NATO round and a 50 BMG. Or for you naval nerds out there, this is about the same difference as the 10-inch guns on the armored cruiser USS Maine from 1890 and the 16-inch super heavy armor-piercing shells from the Iowa-class battleships in 1940. Massive, massive difference in the effectiveness of weapon systems that are 6 times bigger than their rivals. Okay, brief pause. Let's remind ourselves of what we've done in the phaser section. First, we started off with a pair of claims. First assumption, the number of phasers, all things being equal, would tell us how powerful the ship is. A ship with more phasers, more powerful than a ship with fewer phasers. We decided that that theory was terrible for a long list of reasons. So we developed a better theory about how phaser arrays work. Here we're talking about arrays specifically. On that theory, the thing that became important was not how many arrays do you have in total, but rather, what are your largest arrays and how big are they? That's going to determine how useful those phasers are in ship combat against a near-peer opponent. On that theory, we then investigated how big are they physically on the ship. Turns out the Galaxy's main dorsal array is 6 times bigger than the one in the Sovereign. We also looked at the beams that those weapons produce and found that the beam that the Galaxy produces is, when it's being fired on full power, routinely much larger than that one on the Sovereign. So, we at this point have incredibly strong reason to believe that the Galaxy has vastly superior phaser firepower. But there was a second assumption. That assumption was that the Sovereign uses Type 12 arrays instead of Type 10. So we need to circle around and factor that into our decision making to see if it's going to make a difference. There are several things to be said about the claim that the Sovereign has Type 12 emitters. This claim originates pretty far down the source list. This is, I believe, from Star Trek the Magazine originally, or possibly the Starship Spotter. And so it's not canonical, it's never stated on screen. It's definitely not in the Tech Manual for TNG, that was written long before the ship existed. It's not in the DS9 Tech Manual either, because the ship hadn't been built yet when that manual was written either. And so we don't have to take this claim as seriously, but also we don't have anything on screen that technically contradicts it, and it did come from somewhat official sources. Non-canonical, but official. So what are we going to do with this? Frankly, I think this was a mistake. They should have made the Sovereign's arrays Type 9 and Voyager's Type 9, because the TNG Tech Manual explicitly says that Type X Plus are starbase grade and too big to put on ships, and the Sovereign's arrays are 6 times smaller than the Galaxy's arrays are, and so should fit into that. A Type 12 should fit into that too big for a ship category. But let's just table that concern and say, sure, we'll just grant that the Sovereign has Type 12 arrays. We'll even grant that they're even more powerful per emitter. Does that then mean that the Sovereign should have more firepower than the Galaxy class, despite its weapon system being so small? There are really only 2 logical possibilities here, and both of them end with the Galaxy class winning. Either the Sovereign's arrays are somehow 6 or more times effective per unit of size than the Galaxies are, or they're not. If they're not 6 times more effective per unit of size, then the Galaxy has more powerful phaser arrays. End of story. On the other hand, if somehow, between the 10 years when these ships were designed and put together, Starfleet somehow miraculously developed a phaser technology that was 6 or more times more effective per unit size, then we should expect, as soon as the Galaxy comes back for its next overhaul every 10 or 20 years, they're gonna gut its entire phaser system and give it the new system instead. The Galaxy's trench for where that phaser array is inserted is physically larger than the Sovereign's, so there's nothing stopping them from putting in the new, more advanced system that is 6, 7, 10 times more effective per unit size. And since it's more effective per unit size, and as we saw earlier, the Galaxy's array is more than twice as long as the Sovereign's, it will still end up having at least 2.5 times as much maximum phaser firepower as the Sovereign will. So no matter which way we look at this, the Galaxy class just has to have vastly more powerful arrays. And of course there's plenty of sources of evidence for Starfleet actually upgrading its ships throughout time. In Season 4 of TNG, in the episode Family, Worf mentions that the Galaxy's phaser arrays are getting updated. We know in Season 6 they get updated torpedoes, a new warp core. More to the point for this, though, we know that the Lakota gets an update in Deep Space Nine, an Excelsior-class ship, where it has upgraded phasers and quantum torpedoes. We also know that the Excelsior-class ship is an 80-year-old design at this point, and that it uses ball turret phasers, so it doesn't even have arrays. So arrays are the standard weapon system for Federation ships for the last 30 years at this point. This ship doesn't even have them, and it's using a hull design that's 80 years old, yet the updates that that ship gets are enough to allow it to go toe-to-toe with the Defiant. And it doesn't even use its quantum torpedoes in that fight, and it still is able to fight the Defiant to a standstill. So upgrading the phaser systems, very much a reality for Starfleet. So even if, somehow, they've made some miraculous leap in phaser technology, it's just going to get applied to the Galaxy class the next time it gets an overhaul. They're not going to let their flagship Prime Explorer go undergunned for decades. So regardless of whether there is this major leap in technology, Galaxy class is going to have much greater firepower. I will say, I think it's far more likely that they haven't made this miraculous leap. Yes, technology does advance in the Star Trek universe, quite a bit more than it does in many other science fiction franchises, where it often degrades instead of advances. But remember, phasers at this point are 150-year-old technology for the Federation. They're older hat for the Federation than machine guns are for us. So quite unlikely that there would be this particular leap at that point. In any case, it doesn't matter if they did or not, because no matter which scenario you work out, Galaxy's gonna win. It might be worth taking a digression here. Sometimes when arguing about phaser arrays, people have suggested that the power source is actually the thing that determines how powerful your arrays are going to be, because you need a more powerful power source to keep powering those arrays. And they will then cite that the Sovereign, they claim, has a more powerful warp core, and therefore it can power more powerful arrays. There are so many problems with this. Problem number one, the warp core in the Sovereign is the same size as the Galaxy's. The reaction chamber is the same size. And worse, the Sovereign seems like it has a lot of accelerator cores, implying it has lots of tiny chambers instead of one big one, which means way less volume overall to actually do your matter-antimatter reactor, which should mean less powerful reactor overall. Maybe you can do fancy things with it, like turn on just one stream and run a little bit of power more efficiently, but when you want maximum power and you turn it up to full, the one giant chamber is going to give you more reaction space to produce more electroplasma to give more power to the ship. Second problem. We know that the ship doesn't actually need the warp core to run the phaser arrays and the shields for an extended period of time. It isn't even until the motion picture that you can even take the warp power from the warp system and put it into the phasers. Before that, they just ran the phasers and the shields off of the fusion reactors on the ship. Later on, they have the option to move some of the warp power to those systems in case they need it, but it's not the main mode by which they're powered. They're powered by other sources of power on the ship, the fusion reactors. Nemesis gives us incontrovertible evidence that this is the case. The Sovereign goes up against a ship that it is trying to fight, that is way bigger than it, that outclasses it, that it's having trouble effectively firing at, and so it spends way more time shooting at it than it would in any sort of normal fight. Also, the Scimitar is going out of its way to not straight blow the Sovereign out of the sky because they want Picard alive. So they're going easy on the Sovereign, allowing it to survive for much longer than it normally would. So this is a far prolonged engagement from what the Sovereign is expected to actually engage in. In fact, they expend all of their torpedoes. Of course, the ships are given more torpedoes than they would expect to actually use in a given fight. So this is a way longer fight than they're expected to be in. And we know that the first thing that happens in the fight is they knock out the Sovereign's warp core. The Enterprise loses its warp core for the whole fight. So it does that whole fight, a prolonged engagement far longer than it's designed to handle, goes through all of its torpedoes, and only then loses all of its phaser power at the very end. So, how powerful the warp core is not going to affect whether or not one ship or the other has more powerful phasers. Additional vector of evidence, the TNG Tech Manual says that the Galaxy class's main phaser arrays can fire continuously at full power for 45 minutes. And then additionally, they go out of their way to say, if you separate the ship so that the main dorsal arrays on the ship don't have access to the warp core or all of the fusion reactors that are in the star drive section, just the saucer section can still fire the main phasers at full power for 15 minutes. So, warp core not required, still an extended period of combat time available from just whatever fusion reactors are in the saucer. So it's definitely not the case that the warp core actually matters for the main fighting that the ship would do. So that brings us to the conclusion of the phaser section. As long as you have a good theory about how phasers work and how they're powered, there's only one way this ends. The Galaxy class has a massive advantage. It is using battleship-scale weapons, while the Sovereign is using cruiser-scale weapons. The difference between the two is enormous. Next, we're going to turn our attention to defense. We've considered the two main weapon systems that each of these ships use. Now it's going to be the two main defense layers. One is going to be the shields, the other is going to be the armor. The main claim that is made in favor of the Sovereign on these two counts is that the ship has regenerative shields and ablative armor. We will take each of those in turn, and we will apply the same theory construction rules that we have before, where we will investigate both the original claim and then try to figure out how does this system and or set of interlaced systems work on these ships, and what is that going to tell us about them respectively. I'm going to start with ablative armor. Opening question: why think the Sovereign or the Galaxy has ablative armor at all? There's no canonical source that says that the Sovereign has ablative armor. Nothing official was ever published, as far as I know, that says that it has ablative armor. Instead, what I think has happened is people have heard the Defiant has ablative armor, canonically mentioned in the show, and also the Prometheus, which people presume to be a warship of some kind. And so they think, yeah, well, if they have those, I already believe that the Sovereign is a warship, so it should have ablative armor too. And so famous pieces of fan information, diddle.org, Star Trek role-playing game, a whole bunch of other places, they have all then retroactively put into what is often referred to as beta canon, that the Sovereign in fact has this, and that is intended to be some indication that it is a great warship. I don't think these are good reasons to think that the ship has ablative armor. This isn't to say that I think the ship doesn't have ablative armor, but these are bad reasons. Here's a better reason. The TNG Tech Manual says that the Galaxy has ablative armor. It goes into, we'll say, an excruciating amount of detail about the entire space frame structure of the Galaxy class and the exterior outer hull. But the important part I've highlighted on the side. The outermost layer has 1.6 centimeters of a ceramic fabric that is an ablative armor. If they put this on the Galaxy class, I don't see why they wouldn't do this on any of their ships. This isn't mentioned in the tech manual as being some sort of special layer of armor designed for just the ship. This just seems like the way that the Federation likes to build their outer hulls. In that case, I'm okay with saying the Sovereign has ablative armor, just like I'm okay with saying the Galaxy has ablative armor. Now, it's not quite ablative armor in the same sense as the Defiant, where it is an exceptionally thick, important layer of defense that the ship wields in absence of the shields, but it might be non-trivial in terms of its combat relevance. Of course, we're given a number here for the Galaxy class's outer layer of armor. We're not given any numbers for the Sovereign, so it's kind of hard to tell how much they would have put on that ship compared to this one without already knowing whether or not it was designed as a warship. And since that's the sort of thing we're trying to ascertain, how good of a warship it is, we can't use that as our justification for just saying, oh yeah, the Sovereign definitely has more because it was in fact designed to be a ship that fought all the way past its shield depletion. We never see it do that on the screen. In fact, once the shields are down, it's treated with the same level of severity as when the Galaxy loses its shields. Yeah, it can still usually take a few more hits, but it's pretty much, yeah, we have nothing left, we're out, this is the end of the fight. And so we don't have any evidence for there being a compositional or armor difference between the two ships, but we might be able to find some interesting information about how thick their hulls are, respectively. For that, we're going to have to go hunt down some fairly obscure scenes and do a little more measurement. Here I have a shot of the external hull of the Enterprise D being pulled out by the Borg tractor beam. Now, on this shot, we conveniently have an easy way to scale this. there are a couple of exposed decks. We know how tall the Enterprise D is overall, we know how many decks are in the ship, so we know what the average height of the decks are inside the vessel. And so now I present you with more math. Ship's 151 meters tall, 42 decks. That means that each of the decks is about 3.59 meters tall. We take that height and we compare it to the carpet-to-carpet height between the two decks below, being 85 pixels. And then we correlate that to the thickness of the hull piece that is at the exterior being pulled out at about 22 pixels. This would make the hull there about 0.9 meters thick. Now, this thickness is pretty thick because it is thicker than we see around the bridge area of the ship. We get to see, for example, the window for the captain's ready room, and we get to see the windows around the conference room, all on the bridge module. Those windows are closer to 40 centimeters thick, not 90 centimeters thick. Additionally, the TNG Tech Manual goes into all of that excruciating detail about the outer hull layers, and gives thicknesses for each of the layers that it goes through, and if you add all of them up, it gives you about 40 centimeters. So I'm inclined to think that 40 centimeters is the intended size of the exterior hull. It also could be that in this section of the exterior hull that we have here, that part of that is just the outer layer of the internal room for that section. So some amount of sealing material and or braces that connect the internal structure to the outer hull. In any case, at least 40 centimeters seems like a pretty good approximation of the hull thickness of the Galaxy-class starship. We have a couple points of comparison with places on the Sovereign. First, I'll start with the interior one. The vast majority of the sets that were used in the movies, of course, were just reuses of the television sets, and so have exactly the same sizes to all of their pieces as the original Galaxy sets had. Now, this set is one of the few that's new. This is the scene where Picard is attempting to convince Lily to not turn him into atoms, and he opens the hatch door, whatever this is. It's a horizontal window which doesn't show up on the outside of the ship, but it also doesn't have glass in it, so it's apparently a hatch of some kind, who knows? Now, the interesting part of this is the thickness between the two outermost pieces that the door slides into seem to be somewhere in the ballpark of 40 centimeters, similar in thickness to the other parts of the Galaxy class and the other parts of the bridge on the Enterprise E. However, the door that goes between them, that hatch, is only about a third of the thickness. And clearly for that section where the hatch is, it's the only piece of hull there. So is the rest of the hull that triple thickness and this section is just a weak spot? Or is most of the hull just that 1/3 thickness and this section just has a little bit of area where it's a bit thicker to accommodate that door going in to maintain the same overall thickness for the rest of the ship? It's unclear from this scene, but it does give us an indication that at least not the entirety of the ship is that 40 centimeters thick, and it might only be 20 or less. That former scene happened on the engineering hull, but we also have a pretty nice shot of the saucer section being torn to ribbons. This is Nemesis, of course, while Data is jumping out. I have circled 3 sections. One of those sections on the left is a crumpled bit of the hull at the very front of the saucer. The circle on the right is a section where it appears that the hull has been torn out, but not crumpled up nearly as much. And then in the center, I have circled Mr. Data. He jumps out of the ship, you can see him on screen, and so we can approximate his size and compare it to those outer hull sections. And here with my pixel measurements, I have 1 unit of Brent Spiner is about 1.78 meters, and in pixel size on the original bitmap for this when I did my measurements, about 55 pixels long. The measurement, as you can see, is up to the top of his head. That's his arm sticking out a bit to the left, and it makes a bit of a V, which I had to compensate for because he has his knees bent at the back. Going over then to the other sections of the ship to see how big they are, one of the sections turns out to be around 0.3 meters, one of them around 0.16 meters, and one of them around 0.26 meters. The farthest one on the right is the one that is the easiest to measure the thickness for, and as you zoom in, you can see sections that are actually varying in their total thickness a little bit because they did have a physical model that they rammed this thing into. Now, that then indicates that the Enterprise E's hull is on average less thick than the Galaxy class's hull. In this case, it looks like it averages somewhere around 0.2 meters thick instead of 0.4. And this 20 centimeter number is corroborated by the CG model in First Contact. Here you can see the spacewalk scene, the three characters at the bottom. If you measure their sizes and compare that to the windows directly ahead of them, they appear to be about 20 centimeters in thickness as well. And remember, more thick hull generally is going to let you have more room inside for the various energy waveguides that you need for both the structural integrity fields and the deflector grid system. And it will also allow you to have more physical armor on the outside of the ship. It's unclear, of course, what the composition of these hulls are with respect to each other, but again, we have no special reason to think that there is a significant discrepancy between the two. And so, assuming similar compositions, we should expect that the Galaxy class's hull is somewhere between 50% and 150% thicker than the one on the Sovereign. Most likely, it's around double. To keep our analysis robust, it is useful here to mention that the surface area of an object scales with the square of its size, not the length or the volume. And so while the Sovereign is just a bit longer than the Galaxy has 60% more surface area to cover. That means if you wanted to build these ships, you would need 60% more material, assuming the same hull thickness. But as we've seen, the Galaxy probably has twice as thick of a hull, which means you would need about 3 times as much material to construct the outer hull layer for a Galaxy compared to a Sovereign. That might be worth it because the Galaxy has 2.4 times as much volume, and so you're getting a lot more useful space for a ship, but it does mean a slightly higher material cost to actually construct the vessel in the first place. If you did want to armor these ships up, the Galaxy needs 60% more armor to get the same thickness, but it has 2.4 times as much volume worth of ship to protect, and so you can have a lot more valuable stuff, larger weapons as we've noted previously, as well as various other support systems inside. And so per unit of area, the Galaxy is more valuable to armor, but it will require more material per ship to put on it. So does that tell us which of these ships is more efficient for construction for wartime use? No, there are pros and cons to both. Does it tell us which one of these ships is more liable to be able to survive damage in a single fight? Yes. The Galaxy class has twice as thick of hull, and it's just physically larger. So you're going to have to punch through tougher outer layer, and you'll have to probably punch through more internal decks to get to the vital stuff that you want to destroy. So Galaxy class very likely to have a tougher base hull based on just the material thicknesses involved. That doesn't tell us if there is a composition difference between the two ships. There may well be. It could be the case that the Galaxy's outer hull is so thick because it's designed to be in deep space without support and cleaning for a longer period of time, and so it can have larger amounts of radiation built up and not affect the crew at all. We just don't know. What we do know is the Galaxy has that thicker outer hull, and that's probably useful for combat, not just because there's more material, but also because you can have larger corridors for the structural integrity field's energy distribution system and the deflector grid's energy distribution system and waveguides. The structural integrity field seems to be the main thing that prevents damage to the ship once the shields fail, even when we're considering weapons fire. And so, since there is more physical space, or at least the outer hull is larger and therefore can have larger waveguides put in for those systems, it seems plausible that the Galaxy class could have a stronger structural integrity field because of that. So, multiple reasons to think that in this case, just physical size is an advantage, and the Galaxy has that advantage on its side. And while we have arrived at our conclusion that the Galaxy class has a very likely significant advantage in this category due to having almost twice as thick of an outer hull, I would like to note that we have arrived at this conclusion with a lower degree of certainty than we have with many of our other categories. That is because there are just a lot of unknowns that are left here. We don't know, for example, the relative effectiveness of the structural integrity fields of the two ships. We don't know the exact material composition of the Sovereign's outer hull layers, as well as some other factors. So, yeah, Galaxy probably has an advantage, but we're stuck with only having probably as our conclusion instead of almost certainly. And while we're talking about the hull, it might be worth bringing up a few other little bits. If you think that pylons are a weak spot, well, the Sovereign's pylons are half as thick and half as long as the Galaxy's, which will make them a lot easier to saw off the ship. That said, I don't actually think this is much of a problem. Typically, when you see phasers doing damage to ships, they will either be on a lower power setting, where they're used as a scalpel to damage particular systems, or they do a full power shot and the ship undergoes a spontaneous 4th of July celebration. So what's the value of trying to cut off a nacelle when you could just use more power and blow the entire nacelle to pieces? Doesn't seem all that valuable. We pretty much never see ships deliberately trying to saw other pieces of the ships off. And so I don't expect this to be that much of an issue, because if your defenses are degraded to the point where your shields aren't stopping the shots, your structural integrity field is failing, you're pretty much at the end at that point anyways. Unless you're in something like the Defiant, you might be able to survive for a bit longer. But everything else, standard Federation ship design ships, that's the end of the fight. And while it feels silly to have to mention this, there have been some folks who have noted that, oh look, the Sovereign's profile is so much nicer for a warship. It presents a smaller target, and it doesn't have that neck as a weak spot. Well, if you think that the neck on the Galaxy class is a weak spot, then you should think that the entire Sovereign is a weak spot, because only the absolute thickest part of the engineering section of the Sovereign is any bigger than the smallest part of the Galaxy's neck, and even then it's only by about 10%, maybe 15%, whereas the entire saucer on the Sovereign is significantly thinner than the neck of the Galaxy. So yeah, if you think that's a weak spot, then you've got real problems justifying the Sovereign being a better warship. Whether or not it just objectively is a fact about Federation ships that the neck is a weak spot, second question. I'm not so convinced that it is, but that's again because it seems as though the shields are by far the primary defense. The second defense is the structural integrity fields and the outer hull armor. And once those fail, it doesn't seem like it's too hard to just take the entire ship apart pretty quickly after that. Another note might be the nacelles seem like a thing that are often targeted on Federation ships, and the Sovereign weirdly has a large exposed warp grill, whereas the Galaxies are smaller and around the edge, making it a little bit more difficult to hit. Isn't much of a difference. But maybe in some weird niche scenario, like the Scimitar attacking you from cloak at warp speed, firing down on your ship, maybe then it would be a little bit harder for him to hit your grill on your engine and knock out the warp drive if you had a armored piece of hull on top of the nacelle instead of the open warp grill. I don't think this is too much of a difference. I'm not worried about counting this for much. More importantly, I note that the Galaxy class has complete regular hull over most of the nacelle, which means more space for structural integrity fields, more space for shield waveguides, which means probably more defense in that regard. The profile for these two ships is different. From the sides, they're going to have a roughly similar profile to fire at, but from the forward and back axis and from the top and bottom axis, the Galaxy will be a much larger target and therefore easier to hit. However, remember, it's these two ships fighting each other, not fighting, say, a bird of prey that has to manually aim its guns because they are hard mounted onto the ship and can't be rotated to fire. So maneuverability is unlikely to play very much of a role, especially given their main weapon systems are omnidirectional phaser arrays, which have incredible accuracy to the point where they can shoot missiles out of space at a moment's notice. The difference that we did see between their torpedo systems was that the Sovereign tends to fire a lot of its torpedoes at a much slower speed than the Galaxy does. Sovereign had a couple of launchers that could fire torpedoes at a very high velocity, but most of them threw their torpedoes at only a few hundred meters per second. The Galaxy's torpedo tubes fire all of its torpedoes at extremely fast velocities. So while the Sovereign is a smaller target, it's going to have that advantage negated by the fact that the Galaxy's torpedoes are going to give it almost no time to attempt to use that maneuverability to make it get out of the way of those torpedoes and have them miss. Conversely, the Sovereign's disadvantage of having really slow torpedoes isn't going to matter much in this fight because it's going to be firing torpedoes as a gigantic target that will not have the time to move out of the way because it needs to change its trajectory by a lot to actually get out of the way of the torpedoes. This brings us to our conclusion for the armor profile and weak spot sections. As a reminder, for weak spots, it doesn't look like either ship has interesting weak spots that are terribly exploitable. It does look like the Sovereign has significantly better profile size. It's a much smaller target. However, that's just not going to matter in this fight because they're both using exceptionally accurate weapon systems. And we found that the Galaxy's hull is about twice as thick as that of the Sovereign's, which probably gives it a serious advantage, but it's difficult to say exactly how much of one because we don't have the relevant comparative information for the Sovereign. So we are unfortunately here stuck with just concluding that the Galaxy probably has an advantage, but we're less sure about exactly how much of one because we need a lot more information to decide that. I will argue that that is absolutely not the case with shields. There are several lines of evidence to point to there being a clear winner in this category. But as usual, we will take the pro-Sovereign argument first, regenerative shields, and investigate it. Some fan websites and games, of course, give the Sovereign more powerful shields overall, but we will get to considering the overall effectiveness of the shields eventually. The main claim that we'll start with is regenerative shields on the Sovereign, not on the Galaxy. So how do regenerative shields work? Don't know. The only time they're ever mentioned on screen is in the Prometheus episode, Message in a Bottle from Voyager. The good sources of Star Trek's technical information, namely the TNG Tech Manual, was written long before this was ever invented. So when you look up explanations for how the system works, it's all fan speculation material that was written long after this was ever introduced to the show. Additionally, why think that the Sovereign has this? It was never stated on screen to have it. Again, this is another one of those suppositions that it was just added after the fact because people already believed that the Sovereign was a fantastic warship, so of course it should have all of the things that have ever been mentioned that are related to any other ship that we think is tactically good. And so this has been backwards inserted into the fan canon of the Sovereign ship. Regardless of where this claim came from, though, we can still put it under consideration and see if it makes much of a difference to it. Of course, the kinds of questions I would like to be able to answer are, how much do they help? If you turn a ship's shields from traditional shields, whatever those are, into regenerative ones, does that just automatically make them better? Do they have exactly the same deflective capability, but they now recharge quicker? And is that somehow different than what the Enterprise D shields do? Because we know that the Enterprise D shields can recharge as well. One of the things they constantly mention when they try to get their shields back is shuffling more power to the shield system. So do you instead perhaps make a trade-off with these shields? Are they weaker in their overall strength, but they can be recharged a bit faster? In that case, the different shields would have different advantages, situations that they're better in and situations that they're worse in. They would have, for the regenerative shield side, less capacity to withstand massive attacks in short periods of time. So they would be much worse when you're in a fleet engagement. However, the high capacity shields would be better at that because they have a higher buffer amount of damage they can sustain. The regenerative shields might be better in an especially protracted fight, but you might not have the luxury of being in that particular fight. Are the regenerative shields an option? Can you flip between them in standard shields? Is it like metaphasic shields where you can just change the programming and the shield works differently? We have no idea, unfortunately. But what we do have access to is the same reason and logic that we had before. If the regenerative shields are significantly better, why wouldn't the Galaxy get them on refit? Yeah, this is going to be a more complicated system to change out than just adding a layer of armor over the top, because it is actually buried into the external hull of the ship, but they have transporters. They can just beam out the old shield waveguides and install new ones. They can just beam out the old shield generators and put in new ones. Whatever the relevant piece of equipment is, it's not going to be impossible to change, and we've seen, with the metaphasic shield example, that you can in fact change fundamental ways in which the shields operate by just some modifications. This is also true from Deep Space Nine. Both the Breen energy dampening weapon and the Dominion's Polaron beams both had to have serious modifications made to the shield systems in order to be able to correctly deflect those weapons, and they were able to make those modifications in short time. I have no significant reason to think that regenerative shields would be different. So if they are an advantage, I don't see why both ships wouldn't have them after you get one major refit cycle in. And moreover, suppose it is the case that the E has regenerative shields and the Galaxy only has the high capacity shield system that we have mentioned from the episode Conundrum. We might still want to know, is there some reason to think that even if the Galaxy is stuck with an older system, that it might still just be a more powerful and better system overall? I have on the right here a picture from the Tech Manual. The defense grid lines are actually external on the hull. You see those little cuts into the outer surface of the vessel that go all the way around the ship. Those are the deflector grid lines according to the Tech Manual. Now, very annoyingly, the Sovereign class does not have these grid lines all over the ship. It has some on the ventral side of the saucer, and that's about it. They didn't bother to put them anywhere else in the ship. I would like it if they were a bit more consistent, and that just meant that the ship was very poorly shielded, but that's clearly not the case. It's just a case of the designers of the ships had something in mind when they put the Galaxy together originally. This is the actual producers of the show, not the in-universe engineers. And then some of the later ships abided by this principle, the Intrepid, the Nova, but then several other ships did not. They don't have this feature on the external hull visible. But as we can see, on the Galaxy at least, it has deflector grid lines all over the place, and we also have the on-screen mention of it has a high-capacity shield system, so maybe the Galaxy just has unusually powerful shields, period. That's a question we should answer. Since we are trying to answer this question comparatively, it would be nice if we had some engagements where the Sovereign and the Galaxy went up against relatively similar enough opponents by which we could draw some comparisons. In this case, the Sovereign we only have 3 engagements for. One against the Borg, one against the Sona, and one against the Scimitar. The engagements against the Borg, even though the Galaxy has gone up against the Borg, these are not going to be useful engagements to draw from. The Borg adapt, the engagement conditions were very different, the Sovereign only shows up at the very end of a fight with special knowledge of the enemy, so on and so forth. The Sona, we never see go up against the Galaxy class. We know nothing about them or the way that their ships work. They only appear in that movie, and the technical capabilities of their ship are not the focus of the episode, and so we know basically nothing about them. However, the Scimitar, we know a few things about the Romulans. We've seen them before. The Galaxy has encountered a bunch of Romulan ships, so this is where our golden nugget is going to be. There are a few things about the relevant Romulan ships here that will make this comparison easier, and a few things that will make it a little bit difficult. One of the things that helps is that the Scimitar and the Diderotix are ballparkishly the same size of ship. The Scimitar is about 3/4 the size of a Romulan warbird, and so they are both very large, serious capital ships, and they've both been developed with the technology from the same Romulan Star Empire. It's, of course, background information where exactly the Scimitar came from and how it got into Riemann hands, but it's almost certainly the case that it's Romulan technology, a Romulan shipyard. There is an additional issue with the Scimitar, though. It seems primarily designed to carry a superweapon around. It's basically a glorified transport ship. Also has a very large hangar bay, takes up a lot of space, with a bunch of fighters on board. The Diderotix has a few spots on it that look like they might be hangar bays as well, but it's definitely not carrying around a Thaleron superweapon that has dictated what a lot of its shape must be. And so the Diderotix probably has a slightly different designed focus to the Scimitar. In fact, it might be better designed as a space combat vessel capital ship, whereas the Scimitar is a superweapon delivery system that happens to have a bunch of combat stuff strapped to it just in case. When the E engaged the Scimitar, we know that it took several passes from the ship, and eventually throughout the course of the fight lost 2 to 4 of its shield facings. The dorsal shields were drained significantly, and then the ship had to roll over. It then lost the entirety of its ventral shields, where it had enemy troops then beam in. It lost most of its aft shields and had to keep its bow on the Scimitar, and then the Scimitar was able to make a run where it depleted the remainder of the forward shields and was able to blow a hole in the bridge. The Galaxy, by comparison, took 7 hits from a warbird and 10-man and lost 70% of its shields. Now, we don't know if it was 70% of its aft shields, which is where the warbird was primarily hitting it, or if it was 70% of its aft and top shields, because some of the later hits did land at the top of the ship, or if it was entirely 70% of all of its shields were gone and it was just down to 30% period. It's just unclear. From looking at these two numbers, you might think, oh, Galaxy class took 1 pass from a large Romulan capital ship and lost almost all of its shields. The Sovereign took 4, 5, 6, who knows how many passes from the Scimitar, and lost some of its shields, yes, but significantly less overall than it seems like the Galaxy lost. Therefore, doesn't it seem clear that the Sovereign has significantly superior shields? Well, this won't be the first time that this has happened, but the scale of things on the TV show has lied to us. The disruptors that are being used on the Scimitar are not the same as the disruptors that are being used by the Diderotix. Now, the Scimitar fires 2 different weapons throughout this battle. It fires blue bolts and these greenish yellow-tipped bolts. It's unclear which of these is really supposed to be which, because they on screen will just say fire disruptors, they never say torpedoes explicitly. I suspect that the yellowish-green ones are supposed to be the torpedoes, because in a few of the scenes when they make a pass at the Enterprise, you see the blue bolts striking into the shields, and then after the shields are down, it switches to the last 2 being the yellow bolts. But who knows, maybe the large ones are just larger disruptor bolts and the blue ones are smaller disruptor bolts. The length of them is about exactly the same, as you can see here. It's just that the yellow bolts are about twice as wide, which means in terms of their overall size, it's about 4 times as voluminous of a weapon shot. So keep that in mind if you want to do your calculations with respect to the other weapon, but I am going to do my initial calculations based off of the blue one because there are better shots where we can check the scaling. Here's a screen capture of the Enterprise E's fight with the Scimitar. where a bolt is just about to hit the saucer. The very next frame, the bolt entirely disappears and it is replaced by shield special effects. If we take this and we remember that the width of the Sovereign class's saucer section is 240 meters, we can do a little bit of math to find out exactly how big this bolt is. So here I've done some pixel marking yet again. The bolt is unfortunately coming in from behind and at a down angle. I can compensate for the down angle with a little bit of trigonometry, getting us to 55 meters long, but it's probably a fair bit longer than that because it's also coming in from behind the ship also. So it may well be 75 meters long, 100 meters long at most, and that'll give us a point of reference for the size of this particular bolt of disruptor fire from the Scimitar as compared to the Diderotix's bolts. Here is the Diderotix firing its main disruptor, and you can see just in the very corner of the screen the Enterprise D. The Diderotix in this, importantly, is flying off to the left and above the Galaxy class. This scene goes on and the right engine nacelle goes over the top of the Enterprise. And so it is also firing its bolt towards the screen and at a bit of a down angle. But of course, the Diderotix is a massive ship. I have its length listed there. I've attempted to find the center back of the ship by marking it vertically, and the center front of the ship by marking it vertically as well. That section of that line is 1,353 meters. This is the length that the ship was put by Andrew Probert to design the ship, and is the scale that it was scaled at for the visual effects shots. There are a lot of sources now that say it's 1,060 meters long. I don't know why. Even if you scale it back to that size, the difference here is going to be so big it doesn't matter. But at 1353 for the ship, that makes the line extending from the front of the ship 410 meters. But again, since the bolt is fired downwards and towards us, it is longer than that, and so it's, by just the geometry of the picture, about 500, but since it is bent towards the screen, it very well could be 600 or more. That by itself is a significant difference, but of course, to drive the point home, I want to put the Enterprise E in this picture scaled properly, with the original bolt from the Scimitar still there. And now it should be abundantly clear that even though the Diderotix and the Scimitar are in the ballpark of being the same size of ship, the kinds of weapons that they are firing are not even close to the same category. The bolt from the Scimitar is still in the picture. It's down there. You just have to squint to see it. The bolt from the Warbird is the size of an Excelsior-class starship. It's huge. The total volume of the bolts being fired is something on the order of 100 times different in scale. And so, I think it's only reasonable to conclude, in fact the only conclusion that would make any sense here is, this attack from the Warbird firing 7 of those bolts outstrips all of the attacks we see the Scimitar perform in its entire engagement. There's just way more energy going on with the Diderotix's frontal assault than there are with the very large number of very light weapons that the Scimitar carries. And while this is almost certainly a topic unto itself, I think it's kind of understandable why these two Romulan ships have such different weapon armaments. The Scimitar is a super weapon carrying ship. It has ship armament to defend itself from smaller ships. The Diderotix, on the other hand, is the power projection arm of the Empire. It is designed to cloak and get first strike, and so it very likely has massive front-loaded weapons designed specifically to deliver one completely devastating engagement-ending attack and then just leave. So that explains, at least in my headcanon, why the main disruptor on the Romulan Warbird is so amazingly huge and does so impressively much damage when it attacks. It also partially explains why the commander of the Warbird in Face of the Enemy is convinced that she will win an attack against the Galaxy class if she gets a sneak attack off, but is then very concerned about the engagement if she does not. If she does not, we see here the Galaxy class can survive a full Alpha Strike volley from a Romulan warbird, and then it probably, at least I suspect, would need some time to recharge its weapons, under which time the Galaxy class will be able to bring its weapons to bear and end the engagement before the warbird can fully recharge or get another shot off. In any case, the important lesson from this is, while we don't have an exact comparison of how much damage the Sovereign would have taken if it were under that kind of fire as opposed to the Scimitar, I think it's extremely likely that that kind of an attack would have absolutely crippled the Enterprise E, whereas the Galaxy, yeah, it loses 70% of its shields, but that's kind of impressive considering the weapons we're looking at. And like in other sections of our arguments, it's nice if we can have multiple overlapping sources that point to the same conclusion. And so, while this ship-to-ship engagement is the closest we have to good one-on-one evidence for one of the ships having better shields than the other, there are still fleet actions that can give us some idea of the relative capacities of their shield systems. Now, unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of evidence for the respective shield capacities of the Sovereign on screen, but we do have some information about the Galaxy, so let's take a look at that. There are several features of ship-to-ship combat that are important to explain before we get to our next example. One is weapon ranges. It is not the case that Star Trek weapons just have a range. They are 100% effective out to that range, and then they are 0% effective past that range. This isn't a video game where there is a magic spot at which the weapon stops being effective. Instead, they will become less effective the farther you get away. Phasers will have a amount of concentration that they lose over range, and some of the energy will dissipate over range. They have a maximum effective range of about a light second, but they will not be nearly as effective at a light second away as they will be at point blank. Similarly, torpedoes, as described in the Tech Manual, actually use the antimatter from their warhead to continuously power their onboard systems. So the farther they have to go, either by sustaining a warp field or by some sort of personal shield on the torpedo so that it doesn't just get shot down like Ferengi missiles do, or to maneuver the torpedo to its target, those all require power and so drain the warhead. And so while torpedoes do have a much longer maximum range than phasers, they still become less effective the farther away you have to shoot them. Also, the enemy has more time to dodge them, so you are going to have less effect by way of information warfare and maneuvering and countermeasures as well against those weapons. So the basic rule here is, the closer you get, the more effective your weapons become, the more effective damage on target you can get. This of course encourages you to get closer to your targets to shoot them, but also to want to try and stay away from your enemy to prevent them from dealing damage to you. Another major feature that's going to be important to different ships, especially in fleet battles, is that not all ships have the same offense to defense ratios. Some ships are going to have more firepower than they have shield strength and hull strength, while other ships are going to be pretty tough nuts to crack, but not be able to deal as much damage. And our third relevant feature for fleet battles is that as the number of ships increases, the maneuverability and size of individual ships decreases in importance. The reasons for this are fairly straightforward. If you have a ship that can maneuver quickly around the battlefield and put itself in and out of engagements faster, when you have a lot of ships, that becomes less important because when you get focused fire, you will be destroyed in very short time because of the number of ships firing at you. And so the maneuverability of your vessel is less important when there are a lot of ships because you can't escape from the battle nearly as easily. Similarly, the size of the ship is going to matter less as well because, and I mean this in a very particular way, a ship with a high offense to defense ratio, if it is a large ship, will take a while to chew through because it's a large ship. But as you deal with larger and larger fleets of vessels, you ignore the fact that it's a large ship and will take a while to get through, because on the fleet scale of thing, you absolutely need to kill the ship that does the most damage first. Otherwise, it's going to punish you throughout the fight for still being there. In a small engagement, that might not matter. It might just be that it's too difficult of a target for you to bring down, and it wouldn't be worth it anyways because you haven't removed any of the opponent's effective firepower because you're trying to bring down a big ship that takes a while. But in a big fleet engagement, you absolutely still kill the giant ships that have way more damage than they do defense, because the importance of individual ships gets washed out by sheer fleet numbers. So here I have two different fleets. We'll call them left fleet and right fleet. Each of these has three different kinds of ships, and each of the fleets has exactly one of these three different kinds of ships. I have labeled them as 3/1, 2/2, and 1/3. They represent, respectively, a ship with a very high offense but low defense, a mixed balanced ship, and then a low offense, high defense ship. The difference between these two fleets is the formation they have chosen. Left fleet has decided to form up in a line abreast formation. Right fleet has decided to form up in a conga line. This means that right fleet has only one logical choice to fire at, the high offense, low defense ship. If they fire anything else, it will take more of their weapons fire longer to kill that target, and they will remove fewer weapons from the enemy team in doing so. However, left fleet has a problem. They could try to fire at the high offense ship from right fleet, but they will absolutely not kill it nearly as fast as right fleet will kill theirs, because it's at a much longer range. Their weapons are going to be less effective than it is. Whereas right fleet has its 1-3 and 2-2 ships much closer to ship 3-1 for left fleet, and so it will absolutely go down first. They could try to focus all of their fire on 1-3 in right fleet, the tanky ship at the front. Their weapons would be most effective and do the most damage there, but it's also the tankiest ship. It's going to take the longest to get through. They're going to lose their 3-1 before they can kill that ship. This is a huge problem for them. No matter what target they select, they will lose 3-1 before they get to destroy that target. Left fleet could have selected targets 1-3 or 3-1 or 2-2. It doesn't matter which one they pick. Whichever one they pick, all they have to do is just slow down a little bit, and then the weapons fire that they've put into the ship, while it will damage that ship, it will not become more effective as the rest of the fleet approaches. So as that ship takes damage, it doesn't make it even easier for the enemy fleet to deal damage to it. It can even turn around, use other shield facings, try to move away. In any case, it's going to live for just a little bit longer than left fleet's 3-1 would have lived, even if they perfectly focus fire from left fleet to right fleet. We could go through any of these scenarios to make the point. I'll go through the scenario where they focus down 1-3. Suppose that they focus down 1-3 perfectly. They get all of their weapons onto it. They don't even give it time to turn around. They just succeed at destroying it. But they destroyed it after they lost 3-1. And so during that time when they're trying to finish off right fleet's tank ship, right fleet's 2-2 and 3-1 have begun shooting into ship 2-2 on left fleet. That means no matter what left fleet decides to do at this point, they're going to lose 2-2 before they can kill anything on right fleet's team. And now this is going to be a cascading effect. Left fleet is just not going to have enough left to win this fight. Exactly how effectively they focus their targets and exactly what the ratios are of their offense to defense and at what ranges is going to determine which ships are left standing. It might be the case that right fleet destroys the entirety of left fleet before they are able to kill even a second ship on right fleet's team. It might be that 3-1 on the right fleet is the only ship left standing at all, but in any case, having different offense to defense ratios necessitates, as a matter of good tactics, that you send the tanky ships first, and the high DPS ships sit at the back. This does presume, of course, that all of the weapons on all three of those example ships have the exact same range brackets. They are equally good at firing at different ranges, which may not be the case, but I think for our Star Trek ships it's pretty close to the case. They're all using phasers, they're all using torpedoes. Those are all going to have pretty much the same ranges that are available to them. So, how does that example then apply to Starfleet battles that we've seen on screen? Well, let me take you to one of the most famous scenes in all of Star Trek, the Dominion War. I have here as a note, the Dominion War takes place 2373 to 2375 in universe. The Sovereign, the original one, was, according to, of course, very non-canon sources, launched about 2370. The Enterprise E launched no later than 2372 because they say that they have been out in space for a year now when first contact takes place, and it takes place in 2373, the beginning of the war. And so this is plenty of time for there to have been many Sovereigns built. This timeline of 3 years from the original ship to the E is very normal. This is pretty close to what the Tech Manual suggests happens for the USS Galaxy and the Enterprise D, and also, given that there are several years in there, it is also normal for the Federation to build batches of ships at a time, so it is plausible, although not confirmed, that there would be probably a half dozen or more Sovereign-class ships nearish the beginning of the war, probably even more by the end of the war, unless of course they decided that they weren't going to produce this ship during wartime conditions because there were more effective ships they had available to produce. But we know that there's at least those two that will be available for the war that we don't actually see. The engagement I would like to draw our attention to is the Sacrifice of Angels battle. This takes place in late 2374, so plenty of time for there to be Sovereign-class ships around. And at the beginning of this battle, there are 600 Federation ships, give or take, and they are up against 1,254 Dominion ships, assorted Cardassian and Dominion ships. We get to, importantly, see the opening charge of the ships that the Federation decides to send in first. The ships they do send in at the tip of that spear is the Defiant, a Miranda or two, a couple of Excelsiors, and at least 3 Galaxy-class ships, with more following immediately behind. Now, given what we were considering before about which ships you ought to send in first, it became pretty clear that the most important feature was they have a low offense to defense ratio. You want your tougher ships up front so that your enemy has to make decisions about which one they're going to target. The higher offense ships that are more threatening to them, that are farther away, that they're going to be less effective at shooting at because of the range issue, or the enemy ships that are now up in your face, but are, for the amount of punch they have, going to take a lot more of your effort to punch through because they're just much more defensively oriented ships. Alright, on this list, 2 of those ships definitely make immediate sense to us. The Miranda and the Excelsior, surprisingly. Why? Well, because they're ancient ships. They don't even have phaser arrays. They have old ball turrets. So they are lacking in the new, most advanced, most powerful version of the Federation's primary shield-cracking weapon system. And so the Mirandas and Excelsiors are going to be significantly less threatening than many of the other ships in the Federation fleet. So they will have a low effective offense-to-defense ratio. Next on the list we have, perhaps somewhat surprisingly, the Defiant. Now, we typically think of the Defiant as a very high offense ship, multiple pulse phasers, lots of torpedo launchers, but it could make sense that it's at the front of this charge because it is tougher than it is offensively capable. Pulse phasers aren't exactly the best at breaking shields, and torpedoes are in limited supply. Additionally, it has to get right up to and aim at an enemy ship, pointing its bow at them, which means that its firepower is often difficult to apply. And further, we do know that the Defiant is famous for having a lot of ablative armor, making it very annoying to actually destroy. So, Kind of makes sense that the Defiant is leading the charge. It's a pretty tough ship. Finally, and most surprisingly, we find the Galaxy on this list. This is surprising for numerous reasons. One, most people don't think of the Galaxy as a warship, so what is it doing on the front line? Two, we just went through the weapon systems on the Galaxy and the Sovereign, and we found that the Galaxy has the most powerful shield-cracking weapons in the Federation, and one of the most powerful torpedo armaments in the Federation, which means it has an incredible amount of offensive power. But from all of our reasoning before, and from the other ships on this list as corroborating evidence, the ships that you send in first should actually be the ships that have more defense than they do offense. And so the Galaxy's presence here would be a huge mistake if it were a mediocre ship in terms of its defense, because the enemy fleet would then just focus them down, get the largest teeth of the Federation off of the board, and then have an easier time dealing with borderline toothless ships that are going to take forever to get through their remaining forces. So, this decision by the Federation to put the Galaxy-class ships at the front only makes sense if the Galaxy is an absolute bulwark of a machine. I think we can learn something about the Sovereign from this engagement as well. We know there are at least two, probably a half dozen-ish Sovereigns available at the time that this fight takes place, so why don't they show up? Well, the only explanation that makes sense, given our previous reasoning, is they aren't on the front line because they have a high offense-to-defense ratio. They would get targeted first and destroyed if they were at the front of the fleet. This explains for us why they aren't in the opening charge. But further, we don't see any Sovereign-class ships in the middle of that fleet either. When the bulk moves in, we see Akira-class ships, Steamrunner-class ships, Saber-class ships, but no Sovereigns. So what's the explanation now? Well, there are a few possibilities to consider. One possibility is maybe the Sovereign does have a pretty effective defensive system and is fighting on the front lines, but it's just somewhere else in the fleet. It is a fleet of 600 Federation ships, of which we only see less than 100 probably, and so it is possible still that the Sovereign is just elsewhere taking care of business. On the other hand, maybe we never see the Sovereign show up in any of the fleet engagements in Deep Space Nine, because the Sovereign is just not a good design for fleet engagements. If it doesn't have that same offense to defense ratio that makes it good at engaging at the front, we would only then expect it to be in the back. Well, if it's in the back, you need to have weapons that are useful at long range. Long range, though, doesn't seem to be the Sovereign's specialty. Most of its firepower seems to be wrapped up in those torpedo launchers. But as we noted long ago, most of its torpedo launchers look like they fire low-velocity torpedoes. That is exactly what you don't want in an artillery ship at the back, because the enemy's going to have plenty of time to dodge and or shoot them down. So, this is a live possibility. Maybe the Sovereign is sent off on solo ship duties, where when it runs into a single enemy ship, it is still a very threatening combatant, but in fleet engagements, it doesn't quite fill the role of DPS at the back because its armaments aren't quite set up for that, and it also doesn't have the sufficiently powerful defenses to match its offenses, which would make it a bad choice to go at the front because it would get focused down and they would lose more firepower than it's worth putting on the front lines. Not clear which of these explanations is the right one, but in either case, it looks like we have pretty darn good reason to think that the Galaxy is super tanky, and we have some reason to think that the Sovereign is not quite the fleet-dominating warship that people have suggested it is. In conclusion, we have multiple reasons to believe that the Galaxy class has incredibly strong defenses. The two main sources that I've used here include the Galaxy tanking hits from the Dideritics without losing its shields, a feat that we see nothing else in Star Trek do, albeit limited other cases, and We also see it as serving a tip of the spear role in major fleet maneuvers, which is a position that should only be occupied by ships that have a very strong defense relative to their offense. And from our previous investigations of its weapon systems, we know the Galaxy has a very strong offense to start with, implying very strongly that it has an incredibly powerful defense. Also, the shields having an outstanding capacity on the Galaxy-class ship is corroborated by the episode Conundrum, where when they do a survey of the tactical capabilities of the Galaxy-class, they find only 3 things worth noting: phaser banks, photon torpedoes, and a high-capacity shield grid. That concludes our investigation of the main tactical systems, but sometimes speed and maneuverability is brought up, so we'll take a look at that now as well. Standard claim here: Sovereign is faster and more maneuverable. We'll start with speed. This claim originates pretty far down the source list, much like many of our claims for the Sovereign have. It's probably originally from the Starship Spotter or from Star Trek the Magazine, and they will sometimes give warp figures for this. Now, in the tech manual, it is suggested that the ship's mass affects its speed. This is due to a whole bunch of sci-fi baloney about the Cochrane fields providing active resistance to ships traveling, and thereby needing to continuously push against the subspace resistance to go as fast as possible. This then means that the maximum warp speed is a function of the efficiency, effectiveness, and power of the warp field, combined with the mass of the vessel with respect to its pushing power. We do have the tech manual numbers for the Galaxy class's mass being somewhere in the 4.5 to 5.1 million ton range. We don't have a mass number from the Sovereign from the same level of source, but again, if we go down to Star Trek Spotter, Star Trek the Magazine, you end up with quotes for somewhere in the 3 to 3.5 million metric ton range. This is a bizarrely massive number for the Sovereign, and I suspect it was made up by someone who did not realize how much bigger the Galaxy was compared to it. It's a bizarrely large number because even if you take into account that the warp coils are by far the heaviest component on the ship, the Sovereign's nacelles are only about 1/3 the size of those in the Galaxy. You can see here from the back, they look like they're maybe half as big, but remember, the Sovereigns taper both towards the top, so they are triangular instead of oval in shape overall, and they also taper towards the rear, and they taper a lot more than the Galaxies do. And so in terms of their actual volume, they are only about 1/3 the size of the Galaxies. Which then means if that's where the vast majority of the mass on the ship is, the Sovereign should be quite a bit less massive of a ship than the Galaxy is overall, yet the numbers that they give for its overall mass suggest that it's 2/3 the size, not 2/5. Oh well. We can then take those mass numbers and compare them to the size of our propulsion system, the nacelles primarily, combined with the warp core, but of course the warp cores are basically the same size, and so we have the nacelles to look at. Well, the Galaxy's nacelles are about 3 times bigger than those on the Sovereign, but you know, the ship is 2.5 times bigger, so the ratios are pretty similar between the two. Given those similar ratios, we should expect pretty similar top speeds. At least that's what I would expect. That would be a sensible theory, that the size of your engines relative to the ship you are propelling with them would help determine how fast that ship is, or at least have some sort of correlation. But unfortunately, Star Trek is not this consistent. The Intrepid has a very tiny engine to total ship size ratio, and we know that it is in fact significantly faster than the Galaxy class. So we don't really have a good way to predict which of these ships is going to be fastest just by checking on the size of the relevant systems, so we're kind of stuck with just not knowing. We have a similar system with the impulse drive, so if we're concerned with sub-light speeds, the Galaxy has way bigger impulse drives. You can see here from the back of the ship, the Sovereign has 2. They are smaller than any of the 3 Galaxy impulse drives, and the Galaxy has 3 of them. Will this actually determine how fast the ship goes at sublight speed? Probably not. The subspace fields that reduce the effective mass of the ship are going to be way more important than the amount of impulse engines that you have. But of course they're both from the same federation, the same technology, so you would expect them to have similar mass reduction capabilities. But then again, who knows? We're just not given enough information on screen to make a decision one way or the other. We are, of course, given the impression that the Sovereign is faster because it is sleeker, but this is, of course, our human monkey brains trying to imagine these things going through a medium that is resisting, like an atmosphere or a liquid. And they are not doing that. They are resisting the subspace fields that they generate from their warp drive, which does not mean that their physical shape has much to do with their maximum speed. One only needs to check on the Borg cube to confirm that, in fact, you do not need to be a hydrodynamic vessel in order to have a high top warp speed. And so while our best sources of information aren't going to help us out too much here, I think it's probably safe to still conclude that the Sovereign is faster, but the reason is not the one that most people give. The reason is Voyager. The Intrepid class ship is faster than the Galaxy class ship. We get warp numbers stated on screen using the same metrics at the same time frame. And it has a much smaller warp drive system overall, so the Sovereign with a larger warp drive built similar time to the Intrepid. I think it's fairly reasonable to expect that it would be faster than the Galaxy class, because apparently Starfleet did make some leap forward in warp technology during this time. Again, we could go back and consider, will the Galaxy get upgrades in the future? Which we know it will. It got a new warp core in Season 6 Phantasms. However, I think upgrading the warp drive system overall, the field coils and everything, is probably one of the most difficult systems to upgrade to make the ship go faster, because the hull geometry is part of the warp field design for the ship. So I might expect that this would be one of the advantages that, if the Sovereign has it at launch, it will probably retain it throughout its lifetime. But again, maybe their understanding of warp field geometry will change again, and that might shift with some future update. Short version, Sovereign is probably faster, and will probably stay faster. That faster speed is with respect to warp. Again, with respect to impulse, we just don't have enough information to know. Now, in a duel, which ship is faster is not likely to matter too much given the way these ships work. It will be incredibly important in a strategic sense for whichever navy operates these ships, because once you have the faster ship, your opponent can't run away from you once you get within a certain range. And similarly, if you have the faster ship, you can hold strategic points hostage by just having your ship nearby, because their defense ships can't move very far away, because you could run in and strike that target and outrun the defense ship once it shows up, and so they would have to stay in close enough range to those strategically important points to defend them on the arrival of your ship, because they will not be able to chase you down afterwards. So very strategically important. If it is faster, it's a huge deal for the Federation Navy, but in a duel, not so helpful. Now, with respect to maneuverability, entertainingly, we've actually seen the Galaxy turn sharper than the Sovereign. And by sharper, I mean degrees per second of rotation in one of the rotation axes. Specifically, this happened in the episode Time Squared, where the Galaxy goes through a quarter rotation in about 2 seconds. It actually does a full 180. We never see the Sovereign turn this sharp in any of the circumstances that is in. Does this mean that the Galaxy is actually more maneuverable than the Sovereign? I don't quite think so. I think that it is probably pretty similar, and here's my justifications for why. The reaction control system is the system that is responsible for maneuvering the ship at sub-warp speeds. That system has on the exterior of the ship several small orange or yellow pallets with holes in them that will then spew out material, gases, compressed, that will then allow the ship to turn. Now, each of these ships has various RCS thruster pads around the vessel. Both of them have 4 sets of thrusters at the same relative positions around their saucers, and then they also have some RCS thrusters on the aft nacelles. So the distribution of the RCS thrusters across both of the ships is very similar. One tiny difference: the Galaxy actually has RCS thrusters on the bottom of its nacelles, and the Sovereign does not. It only has an RCS thruster on the top aft quadrant. So maybe the Galaxy can pitch down more sharply because it has that lower thruster to push up on the back of the nacelle, but that would be the only difference that I could see from the physical distribution of the reaction control system thrusters. Combine this with the fact that these ships have similar mass distributions. They both have warp-drive nacelles that stick out in the back. They both have their saucers in the front. Yes, the Galaxy class is wider, but also its thrusters are positioned much wider, and so it will have its thrust acting at a longer lever arm and therefore be more effective at rotating the mass, even though the mass is largely distributed farther out. So those two effects will cancel. Same thing for the Sovereign. It's a longer ship, sure, but it also has its thrusters placed farther out. So the mass distribution of the ship, being longer and therefore harder to spin, due to the way that rotational inertia works, is counteracted by the fact that the force being applied is at a longer distance, and so gives more rotational torque to get the ship into motion, canceled out by the mass distribution. So for both of these ships, I see no reason to think that one of them is more maneuverable than the other, at least not by any appreciable margin. And hence, their maneuverability is likely comparable. We see them both in combat. They both seem to kind of lug around. They will make turns, but they are graceful and long. Never do we see one of them making hairpin turns. And so, somewhat similar maneuverability. Especially given the accuracy and precision of their weapons, they definitely don't maneuver in a category that's going to be a problem for target acquisition for either one of them. So now we've finished speed and maneuverability, and that was the last of the tactical systems that would matter in a one-on-one fight. So at this point, it is pretty safe to conclude what the result of a duel between a single Galaxy class and a single Sovereign class ship would be. To give a brief recap, it appears that the ships have likely similar maneuverability. The Sovereign seems to have an advantage at warp speed, largely because it does appear that Starfleet had an increase in their warp technology at this time, thanks to Voyager being faster with an even smaller warp system. The Galaxy appeared to have a thicker hull, although it was difficult to ascertain exactly how valuable that would be in a fight, but with respect to the three main systems, the phasers, torpedoes, and shields, by which you would gauge a ship's relative combat power, the Galaxy wins on all counts. We had multiple points of evidence that indicated that the Galaxy class has absurdly impressive shields. We had several points of evidence that indicated that it also had absurdly impressive phaser arrays, and the torpedo story was complicated, but as long as you take a Galaxy class from the same time as a particular Sovereign class, it probably has more torpedo firepower as well. As a quick reminder, if you take the First Contact / Insurrection era Sovereign and put it up against the Galaxy class, the Galaxy has distinctly more torpedo firepower. If you take the original launch Galaxy class and put it up against the 22-year newer version of the Sovereign that you find in Nemesis, then the Sovereign has a slight torpedo advantage. It would be, of course, expected that a Galaxy class in the Nemesis era would have also been similarly uprated, and so would likely still maintain a torpedo advantage, but we never get to see one up close and inspect all of its launchers quite as nicely as we get to a Nemesis, so we don't know that for certain, it's just likely. In any case, the result is that in a duel, the Galaxy class absolutely wins, and by a landslide. And that concludes the relevant tactical system comparisons between the two ships. Now, we haven't gone through every system on the ship, and there are a few others that are maybe entertaining to go through, but not for tactical reasons. One that I will mention in passing because I think it's fun is that the Enterprise E does seem to have better transporters than the Enterprise D. I say this for two reasons. One, in First Contact, they beam the Defiant survivors aboard without ever lowering the shields, or at least not ordering the shields to be lowered. So maybe the Enterprise E, maybe because it has sectionalized shields, can lower one section of those shields to beam survivors aboard, so long as that's not a section facing the enemy. That's a possibility. And then also in Nemesis, they beam a whole shuttle. Never see the Enterprise D beam more than an away crew around. Entire shuttlecraft? Pretty big. This would also be a perfect justification for the claim that the Enterprise E is more advanced than any other ship in the fleet, if it has a really fancy transporter system that can beam whole small ships around. But again, not particularly useful in combat, at least not while the opponent's shields are still up, and so not going to be the sort of thing that we'll worry about too much here. However, there are still several things to consider. Several of the arguments involved the design intent of the ships being different. One of the arguments involved lots of wasted interior space on the Galaxy class, and others still yet considered the operational histories of the two ships as seen on screen. So, we're going to turn to those now. What we've given so far is pretty conclusive evidence that the Galaxy would win in a duel. However, I had more objectives than just show that the Galaxy wins in a 1v1. I have additionally the goal of going through most of the major arguments that have been given in favor of the Sovereign. There are several more that we haven't touched on yet, so I want to keep going and show that every one of these vectors of evidence just keeps mounting evidence in favor of the Galaxy as well. But there was a second entire objective that I was arguing for also. That objective was that the Galaxy is a better warship in two senses. Sense one is, it wins in a duel. Sense two is, if the Federation's at war, the Galaxy is the preferred design to perform war as the Federation performs it over the Sovereign. And for that, we've given very little evidence so far, and a few of the categories that we will look at coming up will give us a really strong answer about that second objective. Okay, time to move on to our next topic, wasted space. And here is the initial claim that is made in favor of the Sovereign. The Galaxy class has a lot of wasted internal space, a bunch of bloat. Space for civilians, space for scientific and research equipment, all sorts of labs. The Sovereign, they say, does not have this stuff. Therefore, Sovereign is much more efficiently built for war. I think there are two questions that need to be addressed here. One is, if the Galaxy does have wasted space, does it matter? And two, is it actually true that the Galaxy has wasted space and the Sovereign doesn't? Maybe they both have wasted space. Maybe it doesn't matter that they both have wasted space. So I'm going to separate these two questions out. First, we'll start with, does it matter? So what's the drive behind this question? Well, if the ship has a bunch of extra stuff on board that it's not using for war, then that is material, resources that had to be put through construction and installation that took time and effort away from just building a second ship, potentially. Additionally, it needs to make the ship larger if it's going to have that extra bit of stuff in it, which is going to make it a larger target. And it's also going to mean that it has to carry all that stuff around with it, making it probably a little bit slower, a little bit less maneuverable, and more valuable for the enemy to destroy. So potentially, making the ship larger than it needs to be for war is going to make the ship worse of a warship. Hence why modern day warships have basically no amenities, extremely tiny quarters, very limited cargo space, just enough to get their wartime operations accomplished, and so on. On the other hand, there are advantages to building a ship with a little extra space in it, especially when it's a starship. Voyages take a really long time in space. Sometimes you're going to need to move some material or personnel around. You're also not going to be at war all the time, so what are you going to do with this space frame once the war ends? Additionally, the research and development costs to actually build new space frames is only a tiny part of the equation. You also have to do the research and development for the warp drive system for that ship, for its hull configuration, for its warp geometry, for its impulse systems, for its shields, for everything. And then you have to set up manufacturing lines for all of those things and produce those parts. So if you have only a limited number of different hulls that your civilization is set up to manufacture at a given time, you probably want several of those hulls to be viable in some role outside of pure wartime vessel. And of course, the larger the hull is, the longer it takes to develop that hull and produce the parts for it. So something like the Galaxy class taking 14 years to construct, if you wanted to build a warship that big, that was purely efficient as a warship, didn't have all of the extra stuff in it, maybe it doesn't take you 14 years, maybe you do it in 8, but still, that's a lot of time and effort to develop, set up the manufacturing lines, get all of the stuff in order, put them into assembly into Stardock, and then at the end, you have a ship that is useless outside of wartime conditions. It's only good for fighting. So there are pros and cons to having both kinds of ships. And of course, we know full well that Starfleet ships are routinely called to do non-military duty, even in wartime. For example, here is the Defiant's deck layout and the various rooms that are on the ship. I've taken this from Memory Alpha. As you can see, I've listed a number of things at the top that are not exactly the most useful looking things for wartime operations. It has multiple transporter rooms. Why? It has escape pods to get out of the ship. Just having one transporter room with 2 tiny pads in case one of them breaks should be plenty enough for a ship this size. It has the warhead. The entire nose of the ship is a warhead, which they never use. It has its own impulse engine so that it can drive around on its own. It has its own control room for someone to manipulate the machine and make it target something. Who knows what it's actually supposed to do? They never used it. Why is that there if it's never used? They have medical and science labs? Why? 3 shuttle bays? What would you ever need a shuttle for on the Defiant, on an actual warship? Sure, the script called for it, so they had to get in one, so they put shuttles into the ship, but if you were really building a ship that was fully dedicated to war, shuttle bays are something you can get rid of. 4 cargo bays? Why? How big are these cargo bays? Are these full-size rooms, or are we counting like closets as cargo bays? If these are full-size rooms, the Defiant is not that big. What kind of supplies do you need 4 cargo bays for on a dedicated warship? Why does it have landing struts? It's a space warship. Are they planning to service this on the ground somewhere? And then what does it need a tractor beam for? This is an insane list of bonus items that you would put on a fully functioning Omni ship, not a dedicated warship. Yet, by Federation standards, this is still a quote-unquote dedicated warship. So pretty clearly, the Federation values the bling, at least to some extent. Yes, the Defiant is pared down in other ways. The crew quarters are minimal, the medical area is tiny, and so on. But it's definitely not a Klingon warship. Conversely, the giant luxury ships that have all of the bling, those can be pared down for war. Deep Space Nine Tech Manual notes that there were several Galaxy-class hulls that were put through the construction line without a lot of the internal stuff put into them. In fact, 65% of the space frame was empty. So they had their weapon systems, the warp core, the required areas to operate the ship, the computers, at least some of the sensors, the armor, and so on. This then lets you utilize an existing manufacturing line and a proven starship template without spending all of the resources on the completely kitted out version of the ship. You still get what is mostly a warship once this procedure is done to it. The downside is you will be constructing a space frame that is not quite as efficient as it could have been if it were designed from the ground up as a warship. But on the upside, you get to take an existing manufacturing line, ramp up the speed at which they are producing nacelles and phasers and shields and etc., and get more ships right away because everything's been put in place to make that vessel ready-made for war. Here is a plausible case of comparison between 2 alternative ships the Federation can build for a pretty similar amount of resources. The Saber and the Defiant. The Defiant is noted to have a power core designed for a ship 4 times its size. The Saber is 4 times its size, almost exactly, conveniently. The Saber does have a lot more hull surface area. This means you will have to spend more material per hull to make each ship. However, more hull area does mean more space for shield waveguides, so it is entirely possible that the Saber could have a more powerful shield system installed. And while this comparison could go on for a really long time, I want to boil it down to a few essentials. A wartime, stripped-down Saber class will cost you more material, but it will give you some advantages that even a dedicated warship like the Defiant doesn't have. Its physical size lets it use proper phaser arrays, so it will have the ability to fire at smaller, more maneuverable targets with ease and not waste a bunch of firepower trying to get its nose on target and land unwieldy cannons. It will also have spare space inside for alternative options, shuttlecraft in particular for the Saber, but it would be pretty easy to just take those forward hangars out and put a bunch of torpedo tubes in and get the same forward torpedo firepower that the Defiant has. Minimum modifications required, similar amounts of firepower you get out of the ship, you just spend a little bit more materials up front. The huge benefit, of course, is once the war is over, the Saber is a classic Federation Omni-ship that can go back to doing all the missions equally well, while the Defiant is, in the best case scenario, wildly uncomfortable for its crew if they have to spend any more than a few days on it. And so, yes, for the same material input, you could get more combat power out of the Defiant in most situations. However, remember if you scale this up, the design and manufacture times become much longer. And the opportunity cost of having a dedicated warship sitting around while you don't have a war is much higher as well. So if you were to try to build a Federation battleship that was purely a warship that was the size of the Galaxy class, it could be done and you would have a very impressive military vessel on your hands at the end, but it's going to be doing nothing for your civilization other than deterrence until an actual war happens. When you could have instead built more Galaxy class ships in its place and had a whole bunch of guys doing all sorts of missions all over the place, taking care of the business of the Federation. The point I'm trying to get to here is it really does make sense why the Federation starships that are large are all Omni ships. The Federation can just choose to not bling them out entirely when a war shows up and still manufacture them at a faster rate and get very competent battleships out of the procedure, whereas the time, effort, and energy required to build dedicated battleships of that size, plus the opportunity cost of then having to staff them and keep them running while not doing anything good for the Federation aside from keeping everyone else intimidated, is just not worth their time. If this is the right appraisal of the situation, then both the Galaxy class and the Sovereign class are not plausibly dedicated warships. They are omni-ships that are designed to do war, and all you have to do is not build out every science lab in the ship when you actually encounter a war and you need them to perform cruiser and battleship functions. So, to answer the question in a slightly roundabout way, does it matter that the Galaxy class has quote-unquote wasted space in it? Well, yes, if you think that your comparison ship is a pure-blooded, dedicated warship. But if it's not, then that ship is also going to have quote-unquote wasted space in it, just like the Saber does. I suspect, and I think it's becoming more and more clear, that the Sovereign is built more like the Saber and the Galaxy than it is like the Defiant. And so both of them will have some wasted space with respect to it being a maximally capable warship. And arguably, the Defiant has a fair amount of wasted space as well if the Federation were really going for purebred warship like, say, a Klingon bird of prey. But that suspicion was derived from one highly abstract argument, so let's put a little more data on the table. If you think that all that extra space is going to the crew and their luxurious quarters, well, here's something to think about. Galaxy-class saucer, 464 meters across, 343 meters long. It's an oval in shape, which means that it has a floor area of about 125,000 square meters. The largest rooms we ever see on TNG according to the internet, are approximately 1,000 square feet. Pretty decent size, a large apartment. It sounds about right to me, but I don't have access to the sets to verify. That is, in square meters, about 92.9, which means that just on deck 10, you could put 1,345 of those largest apartments. You could have every single person on the entire Enterprise D have their own VIP suite. That would include Alexander Roshenko and Molly O'Brien getting their own massive apartment, and that would only take up one deck. That would be just deck 10 on the ship. So even if we want to say, well, you've got to have the 2 computer cores that are on that deck, the 2 impulse engines that are on that deck, you have to have 10 forward, you need a bunch of hallways, you can't have that many on there. Sure, you can spread it out, say it takes only half of the space for the rooms and half of the space for all the other stuff you need on the deck. Well, now decks 9 and 10 can store more people than the Enterprise has on it in the most luxurious suites imaginable. And we know further that that's not even how the crew personnel are arranged on the ship. There are families that all live together. Miles and Keiko and Molly all live in the same suite. There are, in addition to that, the junior grade officers share quarters. So nowhere close to an entire single deck, one of the largest ones admittedly, is needed to put every single person's residence on the Enterprise in them. Then, even if every person on the ship has their own recreational area on the ship and their own work area on the ship that is equivalent in size to their apartment, you still haven't even gotten close to filling up the saucer. You just have maybe 4 of its decks filled up. So the crew almost certainly is not what's taking up the spare internal volume on the ship. But even if you thought it was, just for fun, the Sovereign's quarters are the same size. They literally use the same sets, so we know that they're the same size. Of course, they change where the walls are to give you different size rooms, so you do have some quarters in TNG that we see that are significantly smaller, but here you can see a couple of long shots where we do in fact have the very large quarters on the ship as well. And in a few of these cases, we know that these are an individual's quarters. This is Picard's quarters on top, and then the second one, yes, this is in Nemesis, but the same set was used for Insurrection when they were not sharing quarters, and so a fair amount of the crew have their own giant quarters on the Enterprise E. Well, that might not be a problem for the amount of internal space that the Sovereign is using on crew if it has a crew that's 2/5 the size of the galaxy. If it uses the same amount of space per person and has 2/5 of the space and 2/5 of the people, then no problem. So does the Sovereign have a crew of 400? Well, there's no canonical number, so let's do some math. Galaxy class has approximately 432 escape pods on it. Admittedly, that's the number that I counted on my 1400 scale model, and I have found at least one spot where the model has an incorrect number of escape pods on it compared to the filming model. So this number might be off by a couple, but it is pretty darn close. The escape pods, according to the tech manual, have a 6-person evacuation limit for each of the pods. They are designed to hold 6 people. They're physically large enough to hold more, but they're designed for 6. And we know from one of our TNG episodes that the Enterprise, at least at that point in time, had 1,014 people on board. This gives us 2,592 escape pod seats, which means that there are 2.55 seats per person on the ship. Let's make one not totally unreasonable assumption. Federation has regulations about how many seats you need on a ship for escape pod reasons in case of something terrible going wrong. That would, in this case, then suggest that every ship should have approximately 2.5 seats available per person who is expected to be on the ship at any given time. So then we take a look at the Sovereign. It has about 200 escape pods on it. I've counted 198 a few times and 200 a few times. I'm just going to put 200 because it's a nice round number. Again, this might be off by a couple, but it should be pretty close. And the escape pods are, according to very low tier quality sources, 8-man escape pods. I am not sure why they selected 8 as the number they wanted for the Sovereign's escape pods, because they are smaller than the ones on the Galaxy. This could make sense if the Galaxy really is an explorer that's designed to be in deep space. The escape pods would be larger per person to give them more resources to survive for longer while they wait for someone to come and rescue them. So if the Sovereign is not designed to be years away from help and rather working inside the Federation all the time, then maybe they don't need escape pods that they can survive for ages in. They only have to wait a few days for a pickup. So this is not totally unreasonable, but it is a little bit strange. If we take that same 2.5 people per escape pod seat ratio and apply it to the Sovereign, this gives the Sovereign a crew of 627 persons. But of course the Sovereign saucer is about half the size in terms of area as the Galaxy's is, which means that you would be trying to put 2/3 of the crew, approximately, into a space that's half the size, which then means, obviously, you are trying to cram more people into less area. And this is just going by a single deck. Remember, the Sovereign overall is 2/5 the size, so you have less than half of the total deck space to work with. This is just if we're looking at the primary crew residence areas, which tend to be on the largest decks in the saucer sections of the ship. I will also note that the 627 person for the size of the crew is very non-canonical, and I have derived it from looking at the model because the model is the most canonical thing we have to work with. I've then invented my own assumption running in the background that Starfleet has regulations about how many escape pod seats you need per person on the ship. But if you look elsewhere on the internet, other people have made their own guesses about what the crew size is. I don't know the origins of the guesses. Some of them range from 400 up to over 900, but the most commonly listed one is 885. I have no idea why. If that is the correct crew number, then you're trying to cram almost 9/10 as many people into less than half the available space, which means the Sovereign is spending a lot more of its available footprint inside the ship on crew than the Galaxy is, especially with respect to their quarters, because, as we've seen, the quarters are the same size. As an aside, some folks have suggested that the civilians on board was a Galaxy-class experiment specifically, and that the Sovereign does not have civilians, but we are not justified in making this assumption. Jake and whoever this kid is, who's in frame for about a second, were both on the Reliant-class ship that was destroyed at Wolf 359. So this is a Federation-wide policy that families are typically allowed, except for, of course, when ships are going into exceptionally dangerous circumstances, then they tend to offload them, as the Odyssey did, or if they are a dedicated warship like the Defiant and don't have space for them, then they're not allowed. They probably have a large list of regulations and circumstances, but it's just a sort of moot point for us here. What we really care about is we're not justified in thinking that the number of people on board the Sovereign is necessarily limited to crew size. It could have extra people on board as well for a variety of reasons, diplomatic or personal. You could attempt to get around this by supposing that the lower ranked crew on the Sovereign are packed into quarters much more tightly than we ever see them on a Galaxy-class ship, but that would just be pure speculation, not based on anything we see on screen. Everyone that we see on screen has regular sized quarters, just like they were on the previous ship, and so we would be ill-advised in making such an assumption, because it would be done just for the sake of deriving a particular conclusion instead of deriving it from the evidence we have on screen. And weirdly enough, it isn't just the quarters that are an issue for the Sovereign. There are several rooms on the ship that are actually physically bigger than the ones that we saw in the Galaxy class. The most notable ones are the bridge and main engineering. Granted, they're not massively bigger than the previous rooms that we had available to us, but they are notably larger. The corridors also the same size. If we're trying to build a warship, why do we have these giant open corridors? Why aren't they like the Defiant, where there's enough room for one person to walk through it comfortably, and for two people to, as it were, step to the side and let each other pass when needed? This huge, open, comfortable corridor doesn't really make sense if the interior is supposed to be crammed packed and efficient. There are a couple cases where we're quite sure that the rooms on the Enterprise D are larger than they are in the E. On the top, I have a picture of the Arboretum. It is a picture from the outside, but you can see the squared windows in between the two rows of escape pods are the dorsal windows to the Arboretum. I haven't gone through and measured exactly how big it is, but it looks to be about 20 or 30 meters across, which is a pretty significantly sized room just to have some plants on board. And below that, I unfortunately couldn't find a picture of stellar cartography on the Enterprise D, so I had to settle for one of Charles Xavier and Morph cosplaying in Cerebro. However, it does give us a pretty good idea of the size of that room, and it is much larger than the stellar cartography lab that we see on the Enterprise E and Nemesis. We also know the Enterprise E has a gym and a forward lounge. We don't get to see the gym on the E, but Picard says that he's going to go to it. We do get to see the forward lounge, and it's the same set as the one used for 10 forward on the Enterprise D. They've just angled the windows inward and apparently moved the bar just a little bit closer to the windows, so it's maybe not quite as big because of the depth, but it's still a very large room. We have seen a couple of gyms on the Enterprise D, but I can understand if you don't remember what they look like, because we were probably distracted. And of course there are a bunch of things on board the ship that we never see on screen. We never see, for example, the main deflector, or the deuterium tank, or the antimatter generator, or any of the 3 main computer cores on the Galaxy. How big are they compared to the Sovereign? We just probably are never going to know, but given that all of the other rooms and devices on the ships seem to be pretty similar in size proportionally, I have no reason to suspect that there is some mass compactification of the relevant systems on the Sovereign to make them give a whole bunch of extra available space inside the ship to waste on the crew. And so from what we've seen on screen, it doesn't look like the Galaxy class is using much more internal space on the crew and crew areas, and so if you think that it has a bunch of bloat for crew comfort, then you should think that the Sovereign has a significant amount of crew comfort built in as well, and is therefore also bloated in a pretty similar way, especially given that it is a significantly smaller ship overall. We're now going to shift away from dealing with individual systems on the ships and trying to compare directly. Instead, we're going to move to their performance histories. We're going to look at the different engagements that the ships have been in and see what that tells us about their relative performance and roles in the fleet. So circling way back to our initial claims that were made in favor of the Sovereign, one of those was that 3 Galaxy-class ships are lost to weak enemies, indicating that it is, in some sense, a failure of a class, while the Sovereign, on the other hand, survives 3 different engagements against very serious, very mean opponents. Well, as we've already noted, the Scimitar, while thoroughly outclassing the Enterprise E, is not anywhere nearly as dangerous of an opponent as the D'Deridex is. And so, yes, the Enterprise E made a good showing for itself, but the Galaxy makes an even more impressive showing in fighting a ship that is firing weapons 100 times more powerful. As we've already noted, the Sona don't really give us a point of comparison, and in fact we see very little of that fight. We see the Sovereign fire 2 torpedoes and then spend its time running, and eventually collect up a bunch of gas and get one of the Sona to blow itself to pieces on it. It's not very useful for us, unfortunately. Maybe that's a really nice showing for the Sovereign. It survives for quite a while against 2 ships that are significantly larger than it, that are often described as battleships, but it's just not helpful for us here. The Yamato, yes, it was one of the Galaxy classes that was lost, but it was lost to a computer virus. This doesn't tell us anything about whether the class is good or not. Could have happened to any ship. I would like to note, the Yamato was lost chasing down the remnants of an Iconian civilization. It was out exploring. This is not something we see the Sovereign do much of. We'll have more need of referencing this point in the future. And again, the Borg battle comparisons are not terribly useful to us because the E had special knowledge of the Borg when it arrived. It had perhaps some weapon systems the Borg had never encountered, and when it got there, the Borg ship was already crippled, and so again, doesn't actually tell us that that particular ship was good. Probably could have been effectively any vessel in that position that would have done just fine. Maybe against the sphere it was useful that the Sovereign could fire as many torpedoes as it did to finish off the sphere, but against the cube doesn't tell us anything. And the sphere doesn't even fight back, it appears to be an escape pod, effectively. So again, no useful information to be gained here. That brings us to the most infamous fight in all of Star Trek. The Enterprise D's loss to a single bird of prey. Now, aside from the narrative obnoxiousness of having our hero ship stabbed in the back, which would be about as bad as having your main hero character shot in the back, as the screenings showed was a bad idea for generations and they had to rewrite the rest of the script around it. Probably should have rewrote this too, but there's only so much time and money in the world and we're stuck with what we got. So why does it seem so bad that the bird of prey gets the kill shots on the Enterprise D? Well, we see the bird of prey in the original series movies and it has a crew of a dozen guys. It's a tiny ship. So why is this really small vessel taking out our giant ship? Well, there are a few things to note. One major issue is that the bird of prey is probably the most inconsistently scaled ship in all of Star Trek. We see in the original series movies and in many shots in Deep Space Nine that the ship seems like it is incredibly small. Crew of a dozen, smaller than the Defiant, very tiny ship. But in other cases, most notably in TNG, in Rascals and in the Defector, we are given birds of prey which are huge. In fact, a couple of those only make sense on screen if they have a wingspan of about 1 kilometer, which would make their main guns about the same size as the warp nacelles on the Sovereign class ship. So there are clearly some different scales of power available for different birds of prey. Another point of annoyance is that this bird of prey is specifically noted to be outdated, a 30-year-old model. Well, technology does progress in the Star Trek universe, but as we've seen, it only matters in particular cases. In other cases, if you have a large enough ship, like the Excelsior, with just a recent update, you can take on a brand new warship, as long as it's sufficiently smaller compared to you and has less total energy output and capability. So yes, this bird of prey is old, but that by itself doesn't tell us that it's automatically a weak warship. It could be a 30-year-old bird of prey that still has giant mean guns, and it could be not that super tiny ship that we remember from the movies, it could be one of the larger models. Maybe not the kilometer-wide ridiculous model, but one of the more impressive ones. This particular series of shots here gives us a very nice ability to scale the weapons on the bird of prey. These bolts are traveling right in front of the nacelle pylon, beneath the left warp nacelle, and then they continue on underneath the saucer. And as you can see on the saucer, you can actually note the lower sensor platform. This is the ring around the captain's yacht. This makes it pretty nice for us to tell exactly where these bolts are as they pass by. Now I have 4 consecutive frames. Each of these frames conveniently has the tail of each bolt located in the same position in the frame as the leading edge of that same bolt was in the previous frame. And so the 4 bolts progress through 4 different positions that are all linearly ordered with respect to each other. That then lets us, as you can see on the right, mark out a bottom view of the ship and put the bolts in the positions they would need to be in order to make sense of their relative position on screen and the lighting effects on the Enterprise. Now, if we measure out those bolts, they turn out to be about 150 meters long. They're very serious large bolts. They're nowhere near the comical 400 to 500 meter bolt that the Derridix class Warbird fires, but they're also way bigger than the bolts that we saw the Scimitar fire in Nemesis. As a reminder, those bolts were probably about 75 meters long, these about 150 meters long. And remember, importantly, because the bolt is twice as long does not mean it's twice as powerful. bolts increase their total amount of size by volume, not length. So these bolts are approximately 8 times larger than the ones that the Scimitar fires. Given the way that this battle plays out on screen, it's difficult to tell exactly how many hits the Enterprise takes. For one, we only see a small portion of the battle play out while watching the ships in space. There's a fair amount of the battle that happens from the bridges of the two ships, where we don't get to see which weapons are being fired while watching the Duras sisters, and it's kind of difficult to tell on the bridge exactly how many strikes they're taking from which weapons. On top of that, they just cut away entirely to action on the planet while this engagement is taking place, and so we just can't tell for sure. Many people have attempted to make estimates. Most of those estimates are 30 plus hits, so I'm going to use that number. It seems like it is very possibly a lowball, but I'm not interested in inflating numbers here. This looks like a sort of minimum number required to make sense of the fight, given how long it takes. So, while I will absolutely not defend this fight from a narrative perspective, nor will I forgive this fight for such a blatant and horrible overriding of the prescriptions laid out in the tech manual about how its defensive systems work, nor am I over the emotional damage from losing one of the most iconic ships in all of science fiction nearly 25 years ago under such ignoble circumstances. What I will do is note that this engagement is no strike whatsoever against the Galaxy class. It takes 30 plus hits from very large and apparently powerful disruptor systems and torpedoes directly to the hull, and doesn't just immediately burst into a fireball like virtually any other ship we've ever seen would do. It would be an absolute wish list item to see a Sovereign class ship endure this much fire for this long without its shields, but we just don't have that much screen time of the Sovereign going up against similar opponents under similar circumstances. And so it's impossible to say for sure that the Sovereign would fare worse, but it's also difficult to imagine many ships faring much better under the circumstances. The overall lesson for us here, in going through this fight in such detail, is that even though most of us hate this fight for multiple overlapping, completely justifiable reasons, one lesson we should not draw from this is that the Galaxy is somehow a weak ship because it lost to a single bird of prey. In fact, this fight demonstrates to us that even without its primary defensive layer, the ship is still pretty reasonably tough against fairly serious weapons. The last case that people often point to when trying to show that the Galaxy class is a bad warship is the USS Odyssey, which was lost to 3 Dominion attack ships. The main reason that people point to this one is because it's 3 Dominion attack ships. Those attack ships are, later on in the series, very often cannon fodder for the heroes. In fact, in one case, there is a runabout that destroys one. Now, in that case, they do cheaty face and shoot through its shields. But in many of the other cases, it's a Defiant going up against an attack ship and is able to take it out, or it is a bird of prey that does so. And so these are generally considered to be much smaller, much weaker ships. And if it's only 3 of them that can take out a Galaxy class, that indicates that the Galaxy is itself a pretty weak combat ship. However, this is one of the least convincing cases for a variety of reasons. First, most obvious reason, at this point the Federation hadn't fought any Dominion ships yet. They quickly learned Dominion had phased polaron beams which went through the Federation shields, causing direct hull damage right away. They also apparently had another kind of weapon that would go through the shields. You can see in the image that the attack ship on the left has fired a spherical-looking weapon, looks like anyone else's torpedoes. Those also pass through the shields. This is the very beginning of the fight before they reroute power. So this particular Galaxy class is, like in the previous case, fighting without its primary defense system, its high-capacity shield grid. Next, within just a few minutes of this fight, After having already had their shields fired through and systems gone offline, notably the port nacelle, the captain then decides to give O'Brien 5 minutes to go and retrieve him before leaving the combat area and starting to make a run for the wormhole. So this is 5 minutes he's going to hold position before he even starts a retreat. He would have to be supremely confident that he is not going to lose this fight in the next 5 minutes, even though he doesn't have shields. So the Odyssey stays in combat with 3 enemy warships without its primary defense system, and that's still not considered to be a major threat by the captain of the ship. The next thing to note is that the Odyssey is in fact lost because the Federation doesn't realize that the Jem'Hadar are willing to self-delete in service of the Dominion. They are not expecting a ram. The captain of the Odyssey ordered that the power from the shields be redirected to the weapons, so the ship sits there for 5 minutes without its shields. The ram is only possible while the shields are down. If they had kept the shields up, there would be no ram available. We see this, for example, in Nemesis and a few other places in TNG, where debris from the exploded Valdor strikes the saucer section and then the nacelle of the Enterprise, and the shields deflect it. No serious damage to the ship. Also, given that the shields are non-functional for this entire fight, that means that the weapons damage from the Dominion attack ships is being prevented or mitigated by the ship's structural integrity field and its outer layers of armor. Since the structural integrity field is being tested to its limits for more than 5 minutes, it makes sense why, at that point, a ram attack would be as effective as possible. The field has been weakened in its strength, it may not even be active at this point, and so a ship that smashes into the hull only has the hull to go through. It no longer has any energy-augmented defensive systems attempting to prevent that breach. The result is that this particular instance is in no way evidence that the Galaxy class is bad at combat. Any Federation ship would have been lost in these circumstances, and it's quite plausible that the list of ships whose captains would have been willing to stay in this circumstance for 5 minutes to retrieve an extra officer is a very, very short list. And remember, at this point, the Federation is trying not to escalate the situation with the Dominion, and so the Odyssey is probably not trying to outright destroy those 3 Dominion attack ships. Whereas, in the very next episode, the Defiant, when it runs into, surprise surprise, 3 Dominion attack ships, is under no such compunctions. Also, the Dominion, having never encountered the Defiant, didn't know that you probably shouldn't fly straight into its nose, and so they get one of their ships destroyed because they allow the Defiant to close and get all guns on. Now, the important part of this scenario is the Defiant does decloak and raise its shields, which is probably not effective, but the Defiant... Alright, slight topic transition. We've now investigated all the cases of combat the Sovereign's been in, and we've looked at the cases of combat the Galaxy's been in that people have used as evidence that it's a bad warship. It might be interesting, though, to consider what ships are there that we know are actually threatening to the Galaxy-class ship, because we have seen our heroes sitting on the bridge slightly annoyed that someone would even bother to shoot at them with the ship that they're in because they stand 0 chance of winning whatsoever. So here I have a list of all the ships we see in TNG that are considered a threat to the Galaxy. First up, the Borg. The most implacable enemy of the Federation, driving ships that would make the average Imperial Star Destroyer look tiny. Not terribly surprising that their ships are a major threat to the Galaxy class. Next up we have the Romulan Warbird. It was heavily implied that the Galaxy was approximately a match for the Warbird, with the Warbird having a very good chance of winning in the case of a surprise attack, but a not so good chance of winning in a regular duel. Now, this is a little bit surprising because the Warbird is a much larger ship. Not just in length, remember it is twice as long as the Galaxy, but the thing that's really important with these ship sizes is the volume, because that's how much space you have to put useful equipment in. And as you can see here, the Romulan Warbird is about 4 times larger than the Galaxy. More than 4 times. Now, the Romulan Warbird is a different nation's ship using a different technology base, and we also don't know what stuff they actually put into their warbird. Maybe there's a whole lot of cargo space in the ship. Maybe there's a lot of space for troops. Maybe there are massive hangar bays inside. We don't know. Maybe their technology is less good. It's just not clear. So there's a bit of difficulty in comparing these two ships directly. However, we do know that the warbird is absolutely used as the primary military piece of equipment for the Star Empire in fleet engagements. It's the only major Romulan ship that we see show up in the Dominion War. And so for the Galaxy to be performing the same kind of fleet role as the D'Deridex does is a little bit impressive considering it's less than 1/4 the size and apparently a match for it. The Temerian ship also makes the list. It's kind of difficult to tell exactly how powerful the Temerian ship is because they don't engage in a traditional fight. They have this slow escalation of trying to disable each other's systems to prevent them from doing what they want them to do, instead of just directly trying to assault each other and destroy them. So it is very possible that this ship is quite a bit stronger and can easily beat the Galaxy, but also quite possible that it's quite a bit weaker, and it was just that series of escalations that gave it a little bit of an advantage and was able to win. In either case, this is a ship that's on the list that we never see in another episode. Next up we have Rascals, where 2 Klingon birds of prey are able to overpower the Enterprise in fairly short time, which many people find to be annoying. They think this is not really the way that these ships should be balanced, but if you notice, these are really big birds of prey. The one in the upper image is clearly quite a bit farther away from camera than the Enterprise D is, and so it would have to have a wingspan of at least a 1/2 kilometer, probably quite a bit more, in order for its weapon shots to still be hitting the forward shields as they are. And so these are very much dedicated warships with incredibly gigantic weapons. That said, there are a few other things to note about this fight that might be of relevance. One, Riker gives 4 orders in this fight. One is lock phasers and fire, for which they fire 1 phaser in return. And the other 3 are to give him status and damage reports on the Enterprise after successive attacks from the birds of prey. So I'm not sure that this is an engagement that is especially useful for consideration under normal tactical command, where one might want to use all of their weapons and to do more maneuvering than just take us out of orbit. But problems are problems. Second thing to note here, 2 giant birds of prey, even with the shields up, are enough to overwhelm the Enterprise's defenses. This probably shouldn't actually be surprising when we're dealing with the giant birds of prey. Pound for pound, the Klingons seem to have the most powerful warships in the quadrant. They routinely outclass opponents that are of equal volume. And so, 2 of their most impressive warships going up simultaneously against the Enterprise in a surprise attack, not entirely surprising that they would be able to win this fight. The more surprising thing is that they fit enough Ferengi on these 2 ships to then beam onto the Enterprise and take it over so easily. That's the weird part. Anyways, worth noting, I'm sure it will never come up again in the history of Star Trek that the Enterprise under the command of Riker will be in danger because he only orders them to lock phasers and return fire once, and then gives maneuver orders and damage report suggestions. Oh. Yeah. Well, that's sad. And of course, we've talked through this one as well. 3 Dominion attack ships with no shields, and a ram because the shields are down, also a threat to the ship. Note though, in these last several cases, it's not a single ship that is actually a threat, it is a group of ships or some very special circumstances that make them a possible threat. Here we go, back to a single ship that's actually a threat, the Dominion battleship. We never see the Dominion battleship and the Galaxy square off in a one-on-one. They do appear in the same fleet engagements, but we never really see them shooting at each other. So what do we know about this ship with respect to the Galaxy? Well, in the episode Valiant, Jake and Nog are on a Defiant-class ship going up against one of these battleships, and Jake, being wary of the situation, says that he was talking to one of the other crewmen's, and they suggested that the Dominion battleship was 3 times as big as a Galaxy-class ship and twice as powerful, to which Nog agrees that's accurate. Of course, 3 times as big is completely ambiguous. Big in what respect? Well, big with respect to the characteristic that Jake must be referencing to is the length, because that ship is almost 3 times as long as the Galaxy-class ship. But what about the volume? Referring again to our volumetric site, we find that the Jem'Hadar battleship is a bit shy of 7 times as big as the Galaxy-class. Well, if it's 7 times as big and twice as powerful, that means that the Galaxy is, per unit of size, 3 times more effective as a warship. And we know that this particular Jem'Hadar ship is a battleship, that's the only thing that we know it to be named by, built by a race of warriors for war. So fairly impressive that this is one of the few ships on the list of threatening vessels. The scaling numbers I'm using here are from the Jem'Hadar battleship that appears in the episode Valiant, as well as most of the battle scenes in later Deep Space Nine. There are, however, a few ships that have this exact same hull geometry that are scaled up immensely, orbiting Cardassia, and some people have referred to those as Jem'Hadar dreadnoughts. Presumably, if those actually are a different kind of ship that is that big, then those would also be able to defeat the Galaxy-class in a one-on-one fight as well. However, given all of the scaling errors that we have in Deep Space Nine, it's unclear if that is really a different ship. One more ship I might add to this list if we knew much about it would be the Negvar, but we only ever really see it fight once in the Prime universe and once in an alternate timeline, so it's hard to say. But now, let's look at the list overall. What ships are individually a threat to the Galaxy-class ship? The D'Deridex Warbird, which is 4 times larger than it, the largest, most powerful ship we know of from the Beta Quadrant. The Dominion Battleship, a dedicated warship that is almost 7 times larger than it, from a race of dedicated warriors, the largest ship known from the Gamma Quadrant. The Borg, the galaxy-threatening species with ridiculous ships and production values, largest, most threatening vessels from the Gamma Quadrant, and possibly the Klingon Negvar, the warrior race that has most stubbornly provided serious opposition to the Federation inside the Alpha Quadrant. So the 4 most powerful ships in the entire galaxy are the only ones that we ever see being able to single-handedly threaten the galaxy, and possibly the Temerian ship, a little bit unclear. So there are maybe 6 other ships in the entire galaxy that are a threat. That's a pretty short list for a ship that is supposedly not very good at combat. And it's easy to forget that the Galaxy-class routinely outmatches almost every ship we see it run across. For just one example, the Cardassian Gallor-class ship seems to be the mainstay of the Cardassian fleet. Yet when it comes across the Galaxy-class, in the Wounded, the Galaxy takes 1 phaser shot to the Gallor's aft section and takes 50% of its shields out. And then a few more phaser blasts off screen, the forward shields are completely gone. In a matter of seconds, it has used its large shield-destroying phaser array to completely disarm the defenses of a rival nation's primary warship. And so, to wrap up this section, the arguments that suggest that the Galaxy-class is not a good warship because it has a terrible combat history are just not taking a fair appraisal of all the combat situations we've seen the Galaxy in, and the references we've seen to its combat power with respect to other ships. Next argument we'll consider that people have given in favor of the Sovereign is that the E replaced the D. There is a sense in which this is correct. The Sovereign-class Enterprise E replaced the Galaxy-class Enterprise D as the ship that our hero crew did their Star Trekking from. However, that's a different claim than the Sovereign class replaced the Galaxy class in the Federation fleet, doing the job that the Galaxy class used to do. So let's take a look at that second important disambiguation to see if there are good reasons to believe that the Sovereign did or did not replace the Galaxy as a class of ship in the fleet. And here I argue this is almost certainly not the case that it replaced it. The Galaxy had about a 14-year development cycle from the approval of the program to the commissioning of the USS Galaxy. This is again according to the Tech Manual. The other 2 or 3 ships in that initial batch, including the D and the Challenger, at least by the registry numbers, and the Yamato, as mentioned in the Tech Manual, were launched later on, 2363 for the D. So it took a while to work out a lot of the issues and to get all of the ships in proper working order for deep space work. Well, with 2357 for the Galaxy, the Sovereign gets first commissioned in 2370. So either Starfleet just immediately decided to start designing and building the replacement to the Galaxy class as soon as the first ships were launched, before they even have evidence about how it was going to perform, or the Sovereign had to have some sort of impressively compressed development cycle. If it was in fact developed as a response to the Borg, then the ship had to be designed and constructed in a ridiculously tiny amount of time. These both seem incredibly unlikely. It should be worth noting here that the Federation can approve, design, develop, produce, and commission starships in the time frame that it took for them to become aware of the Borg threat and then have the start of the Dominion War happen. And we know this because that's what happened to the Defiant. But remember, the Defiant is a very tiny ship, about 180 meters long. Again, lots of scaling issues in Deep Space Nine, so it could be a little longer, could be a little shorter. Most commonly used length is about 180 meters. And no matter which length you take, it's still a vastly smaller ship than the Sovereign is. And design and development times scale with the size of the project that you're working on. The large ship is going to have really big pieces that take a lot longer to design, integrate into the overall systems layout of the ship, actually manufacture, and then put together in a construction yard somewhere. So still quite unlikely that the Sovereign was put through that entire design cycle in just those 4 or 5 years. Here's another reason to think that the Sovereign was never intended to replace the Galaxy. The Federation appears to have a fairly routine schedule for building a newest, largest flagship type vessel for their fleets. There is a 40-year difference between the Constitution and the Excelsior, a 34-year difference between the Excelsior and the Ambassador, 39-year difference between the Ambassador and the Galaxy class. We really wouldn't expect from this rate of progression for the Federation to be interested in a newer, even larger, more powerful flagship type vessel than the Galaxy until the mid to late 2390s. So that timeline alone gives us pretty good reasons to think that the Sovereign was not intended as a replacement for the Galaxy as a class. In fact, this is a point that some folks who believe that the Sovereign is a replacement for the Galaxy have had to do some, as it were, finagling of their headcanon in order to make sense of it. For example, on the Daystorm Institute Technical Library website, there is a whole bit about how the Galaxy and the Sovereign were both co-developed together, and then the Federation decided that they would go ahead with the production of the Galaxy and put the plans for the Sovereign on hold in case they wanted it later, and then the Borg arrived, and so they dusted off those plans and put that ship immediately into production. This will, of course, make sense of the timeline, but you also have to then believe that they purposefully developed 2 ships simultaneously for the same job, and then picked the better of the 2, which is definitely not what the Tech Manual suggests. It says that they built this as their primary explorer ship for their frontline work, and you would have to also accept then that they had the production schedules ready to go and the equipment specific to the Sovereign ready to be produced, and that they got that ready to go in short order as well. So very unlikely that that is a reasonable explanation as to how the production schedules would have went, and we will have more reasons here in a bit to think that, in fact, the Sovereign was never designed as a replacement for the Galaxy. The second thing that dovetails into this conversation nicely is the design intent of the ships. So it is often noted that the Galaxy was intended as an explorer, while the E was designed specifically as a warship, or as a response to the Borg, or less ridiculously, more tamely, as a more militaristically focused ship to do the same kind of explorer work that the Galaxy did. In any of those cases, the idea here is the Galaxy was designed to be a peace ship, the E less so. First up, the Galaxy. It is in fact designed as an explorer. The Tech Manual gives us this designation. It's where this original claim comes from. So pretty solid source. We will accept that the Galaxy's design intent is as an explorer. But what does it mean for it to be an explorer? Most people take that to be a non-military function. However, look at the mission objectives. The one in question I have circled in red at the bottom. Provide autonomous capability for full execution of Federation policy options in outlying areas. Federation policy includes defense of allies, any sort of military objective you would want to achieve, the capacity for waging war. Starfleet is the military arm of the Federation. And so if this ship is supposed to autonomously be able to carry out any Federation policy objectives that it needs to carry out, it absolutely must be capable of serious military action. That doesn't tell us exactly which role it's going to have in the fleet, but it does tell us, yes, this ship is an explorer at heart, but it may well be a primary battleship of the Federation in addition to an explorer. There's another qualifier to the claim that's worth looking at as well. The D was designed as an explorer in a time of peace, while the E was designed in a more militarily active time. There were more threats, and so it was a response to those threats. However, the Galaxy-class's development was not in a time of peace. Yes, a significant amount of the Federation's history in the 50 years before the Galaxy starts development, that is the early half of the 24th century, is largely peaceful. But once the Galaxy-class starts production, 2350-ish, they have the design project approval early on, and then they go through several design iterations before they actually start building the ship. That development cycle happens during the Federation-Cardassian War, a conflict which we know from The Wounded cost millions of lives and lasted for 20 years. So it is not a time of peace. As the Galaxy-class's specs are being finalized, the Federation is in a very serious hot war. Additionally, while the Galaxy-class's final units are being assembled, that is the final of the initial 3 or 4 that were put together, according to Tech Manual 6, we never get the names of the other 3 on screen, but we're pretty sure the Challenger is one of them due to registry numbers. The Zenkethi War also happens at the end of the production run, and so it is definitely not the case that it's a time of peace for the Federation. Weirdly enough, depending on how long you think the Enterprise E's development cycle was, the latter half or so, or latter third or so of its development cycle was actually a time of peace. There was a war on, and then all of those wars come to an end in 2366. But the first of the Sovereign-class ships is not launched until at least 2370, and the E not until 2373. So, as a percentage of its time, much more of the Enterprise E's development happens when there are no active wars. They do become aware of the Borg threat, but as we know, the Federation's response to the Borg threat was the Defiant, and nothing about the Enterprise E looks or acts like the Defiant does, and so almost certainly the E's development does not appear to have been seriously influenced by that. The key takeaway is both ships were developed when the Federation was at war. So that reason by itself is not reason to think that one of these ships is going to be more combat focused than the other. Instead, we need to look at the ship's capabilities themselves, which is something we've already done, and so pointing to its development cycle taking place at a certain time in Federation history is not a very useful piece of information for us to judge which of the ships has a better combat capability. This argument might have some more merit if we were talking about a ship that was developed in 2330, where we know of no wars that the Federation has been engaged in for more than 30 years. But for the Galaxy and the Sovereign, nope, they were at war that time. So the ships were very likely designed with the idea that they would have to go to the front lines and fight. It's also the case that we have very good evidence about what the Galaxy class's intended role in the fleet with respect to its military capacity is. The first vector of evidence that I want to point to here is the ship is literally called a battleship. This happens in the episode Conundrum when they are appraising the ship's tactical capabilities. They agree that it is in fact a battleship by way of its armaments and tactical systems. Just as a caveat here, it is the case that in that episode when this claim was made, they had lost their memories of their specific identities. However, they did retain all of their technical knowledge and ability to do their jobs. Crusher could remember how to use medical instruments. Worf remembered how to do analysis of tactical systems. Once they encounter another ship, they read off its shield capacities, and Riker just immediately knows that one photon torpedo is enough. So they are well aware of what the tactical capacities of the ship are, and thereby what its role might be when looking up those systems. There are at least two senses of the word battleship that I think is important to disambiguate between here. One sense is it's a 20th century water-faring naval vessel that is designed 100% for war and does not have any other amenities or niceties to it. In that sense, clearly, the Galaxy class is not a battleship. No ship in Star Trek is. On the other hand, there is a looser sense for the term battleship, which is just the most heavily gunned and most heavily defended ship that fights on the front line against your opponent's most serious warships. In that sense, the Galaxy clearly counts as a battleship. And this is evidenced by the fact that we see Galaxy-class ships in every major engagement in the entire Dominion War. Every time there's a fight, we see lots of Galaxy-class ships in the middle mixing it up with the enemy fleet. And also at the tip of the spear, engaging that fleet first. That is exactly what the battleship of a fleet should do. Additionally, the Galaxy class is so important to the Federation's fleet battle doctrine that when they organize themselves into different wings of ships to engage in combat and easily refer to those wings by name, they are called the Fighter Wings, the Cruiser Wings, and the Galaxy Wings. The ship is so important to the Federation's mode of battle at the Armada level that the wings that this ship operates as a part of are named after this class of ship. And given that the Dominion War lasts for a long time, and both the Galaxy and Sovereign have had time to be in production for quite a while, we would expect the Federation to keep building whichever ship they thought was better for war, and to keep using that in its fleet actions. And as it turns out, we see in the Dominion battles at least 10 Galaxy-class ships in the exact same shot. There are only maybe 50 or 60 Federation ships in this shot in total in a fleet of 600, yet we see at least 10 Galaxy-class ships in just that group. Maybe this is the tip of the spear, and so there's an unusual concentration of Galaxy-class ships here, or maybe the entire Federation fleet consists of almost 10% of all of its ships being Galaxy-class ships. In either case, that would be a nonsense way to build your ships into your fleet if the Galaxy were not exceptionally capable in the war-making department. Also, there are no Sovereigns there. As we've noted before, this is kind of difficult to explain if the Sovereign is supposed to be a particularly good warship. It might be a decent individual combat ship for other reasons that we've noted before, but it doesn't look like they're mass-producing them and sending them to the front lines. Kind of an indication that the Galaxy really was their pinnacle warship to do the frontline battle with the entire time. Even when Voyager returns, we see multiple Galaxy-class ships. Here I have a couple of screen caps from Endgame. You can see in the bottom image pretty clearly at least 4 Galaxy-class ships. In the top image there might be as many as 9, it's just that the ships are really blurry and it's hard to tell. How is this supposed to make sense if the Galaxy class is some sort of failed experiment that was only used as a deep space exploration cruiser at the periphery of the Federation? Why, in 2378, when Voyager comes back, would there be a whole ton of them at Earth, and no Sovereign-class ships, which are, as many people have suggested, replacements for the Galaxy class that would be operating in and around the Federation as better warships. This is, after all, more than a decade after the Sovereign's been put into production, plenty of time for them to have pumped out a whole bunch of ships, yet the only thing we see defending Earth is Galaxy-class ships and a few of our regular old favorites still. However, this makes perfect sense if the Galaxy class is a wildly successful class of starship. They produce them in the Sol system, according to the Tech Manual, and so they would be undergoing their shakedown cruises here, so you might have a few of them available that have not yet gone into deep space, and you would probably also have several of them that are already in the fleet from previous production runs come back around every 10 or 20 years to do their major overhauls. So, makes perfect sense that there are lots of Galaxy-class ships in the Sol system in 2378, 21 years after the launch of the class. However, why are there no Sovereign-class ships here? There's a couple of possible explanations. One is maybe the ship is produced and serviced in other shipyards in different systems, and so there are none available to respond to a very short notice threat in the Sol system. Another is it just wasn't as successful of a class designed as a mainline ship that they would produce a gazillion of to serve as their fleet battleship and main explorer. I don't know which is the right explanation, but those are both live possibilities. Additionally, as the Tech Manual notes, the Galaxy-class space frame is designed for a 100-year service life. This is, of course, per space frame, so if they produce the ship for 20 or 30 years, then it will be in service in the Federation for 120, 130 years in total. This is quite consistent with what we've seen on screen already. We still see Miranda's and Excelsior-class ships in service some 80 or more years after they were initially introduced, so there's no real surprises here. The only thing that is of special note to us is whenever we had gotten these glimpses of the Federation fleets in the future, it wasn't just one stray Galaxy here and there. There were lots of Galaxy-class ships all over, suggesting they have continued to produce these in mass numbers and that it serves a central role in the Federation's fleet composition. So putting all this together, it becomes incredibly clear that the Galaxy-class is the de facto mainline battleship of the Federation. Now, if we wanted to settle this once and for all about which one was a superior warship design, it would be really awesome if we could go back in time to when the Galaxy-class project was approved, and then plunge the Federation into a desperate war. In that case, they would be forced to make the Galaxy-class ship be the most effective warship they could be because they have an existential crisis on their hands. If they don't build that ship to then be able to do war in the most efficient manner possible, they will have made a terrible, terrible mistake. But of course, it would be purely wishful thinking to try and get counterfactual evidence about a scenario that never actually occurs in the prime timeline. Yeah, this is exactly what happens in yesterday's Enterprise. The Enterprise C gets hurled forwards in time from 2344, the year after the Galaxy-class ship gets approval for project funding, but has not yet undergone its design criteria. Federation then gets plunged into a 20-year losing war with the Klingons, and during that time, they then go through the entire Galaxy-class's development cycle while in a losing war, and the ship we see at the end has the exact same external appearance and armament of the Galaxy-class ship that we see in our regular everyday timeline. So, if it were the case that the Sovereign were somehow a better warship design, we should have expected the result of that Galaxy-class project to have looked more like the Sovereign. Sure, it wouldn't have quantum torpedoes because those haven't been developed yet, Sure, the class of phasers that you get and the secondary information might be different, but the physical design of the ship should be different, right? Well, not if the Galaxy is the Federation's primary frontline main battleship. Yes, it's possible that the internals of the ship look different. Maybe the guts to the phaser system are larger, more impressive. Maybe the power system looks a little bit different. Maybe the shields are a little bit different. Who knows? But the basic hull design is clearly the main Federation warship design. The only things that are actually different about the ship are the officers wear slightly different clothes. They wear a sash and their firearm to work every day, not just the tactical officer. The bridge has slightly different aesthetics to it. That's it. The outside of the ship looks exactly the same. You could not reasonably ask for evidence this good about how much of a warship the Galaxy really is. It's just inescapable. It took a lot of time, effort, thought, and evidence analysis to get us to this point, but we're finally here. This is the conclusion. The Galaxy class is, and always has been, a superior warship design to the Sovereign. And remember, we've shown this in two senses. The first sense is, it is a superior warship in that, if you have a one-on-one fight between the two, the Galaxy would win. But it is also a superior warship in that, if you were to go to war, the Galaxy is a better design to produce for wartime use than the Sovereign is. And importantly, remember, we did not derive any of this from our feelings or our impressions. Instead, we used the on-screen evidence and the TNG Tech Manual and derived this conclusion from those things. This then means that, unfortunately, we have been misinformed by a variety of other sources of information, including but not limited to various designers' comments, information printed in Starship Spotter, Star Trek the Magazine, various fan websites, novelizations, Picard Season 3. All of these things have just been systematically feeding us this diet of utterly incorrect information about the relative capacities and roles of these two ships. We're just forced to conclude from the canon and the tech manual that in fact the Galaxy class is and always has been the superior warship.